Hey guys, let me turn this thing down. This ain't no big deal. I'm just going to answer a couple of questions that I got and show you um, an image somebody sent me today by email. That's very unusual here. I'll say that right up front. It's very unusual, but it's a new area, and in new areas things happen, and then they got to come back and rectify them. KM, Rami, Garen Stasic, live. Yeah, yeah, you know me. I don't advertise all that. I just depend on my loyal viewers to get notified. SMCPP. Hey, uh, there's sound now. Well, there should have been sound before. Well, I may have had it turned down. Um, let me see. There's more people on here. Robin. Sue doesn't know I'm on live either. She's out in the other room. Let me shut that door, Sue. This microphone here is, I'm not used to it. This one right here is a new one. And sometimes getting the settings on the audio processor and all that, get it set up right where, you don't get a lot of and all that kind of stuff. It's a little difficult sometimes. I don't know why it just done that. My computer done that 2 or 3 times the other day too. The whole thing just shut off and it comes right back on. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm timing it out. I bet that's what it is. Let me see if I can get it to come back on. Like I said, this is no big deal. Well, so far, there's nothing here. I'll get it here in a minute. I'll get it here in a minute. I want to share this screen with you. I don't do this that often, so I'm not real um, not real good at this. Okay, I got it there. Let me see if I can share this. There you go. Let me put me up there. Let me make this picture bigger for you. Oops, I don't make it so big where I block everything out. That's DeLuna. Apparently, according to the email I got, let me see if I can find that for you. People send me these things once in a while, and I try to share them on the news as much as I can, but sometimes feel like the news is already done. It's already cut. I'm talking about for next Friday. I'm trying to get way ahead on this because we're leaving, and I'll be gone for a couple of weeks, maybe a little longer. So I'm trying to get ahead a little bit so you always have something. Where's the email? From one of my Patreon members, actually. My Patreon members are so cool. Every one of them. They send me stuff all the time. And here goes this. Some serious rain in the south today, about 5 inches of rain in the street. I had no idea that we even had that rain this morning. I assume it was this morning because that's when I got this email. I think it was this morning. Am I wrong about this? um, some drains couldn't cope with the volume of water. That happens I shouldn't say happens a lot. I mean, actually, this is unusual. I've never seen a street in a village just flood like this. Not here, not on the newer side anyway. The old side, they had their problems there for a while, and I think they got most of them rectified. But this here is it's kind of weird to me. So I'm going to guess that they probably got debris. You kind of, and I even find that hard to believe, but they had debris on the drain or in the drains blocking them because our drains in the streets ain't like what a lot of them are. There might be some in the middle of the street, depending on the layout of the street. If it's, in a valley, kind of like in the middle of the street, they might put a little drain in there. But mostly, I'm pointing my finger and you guys can't see that. Let me see if you can see. Can you see my, yeah, you can see. Okay. I know it's not very big. My little red arrow, see it moving there? Mostly the drains are right here on the corner of that house. They're all around that corner. And then no water goes in there. And there might even be a couple right over here in front of this guy. He might be going over checking on them drains right over here. And they're big. And I've got them in front of my house and they take tons, I mean, tons of water real quick. I was here during Irma and I watched the drains. Water just flows. The only thing that would make those drains stop in any way, in my opinion, is if the retention pond or swamp, wherever this water is directed, is full, and then that would force the water to back up. I don't know that that's true or not true because this is, like I say, this is DeLuna. This is a newer area, and so I don't know what the problem is. I sent this to Sue a while ago. I'm late at checking my emails because I've been sitting here all day doing videos. And Sue says, "Is it still flooded?" I said, "I don't know. I mean, I just opened it up just a while ago, and I seen this, and so I have no idea if it's. I don't think it is. My guess would be it's already been rectified, but um, yeah, this is an unusual event here to have this much water in the streets. But that's not to say it can't happen because in a newer area they have things that go wrong and they have to come back and rectify them. And this one here, I'm sure, will be rectified. If anybody's in DeLuna that happens to be here right now, then jump in the chat. Let us know. Is this still flooded down there? Did they figure it out? What's going on? I'm kind of curious. Gen X for live. Yeah, it is interesting, but 5 inches of rain is a lot of rain to get it. But that's how it rains here. You've heard Sue and me talk about that before. When it rains, it just comes down in buckets, and I mean buckets. And unless you've lived in an area like tropical area where you're used to that from the north where I'm from, the rain that we see here could shut a little town down. I mean, just shut it down. The rivers would overflow. I mean, that's just how it is. But they always do it. I always thought they've done a really good job in how directing the water around here is. And so this to me is an unusual event, but it is in a brand new area. And hopefully they'll figure it out, which they will. But I'm just kind of curious myself as what caused that. Yeah, Laura, how would you like that? Buy a brand new house, then walk out your front door and look at the. I laugh because that happened to me. I'm really in tuned when it comes to floodwaters. We had a house one time that we did not know was in a flood area because it wasn't marked as that. I wasn't even required to get flood insurance. But the way the neighborhood was laid out, all the water run kind of toward my house, but you couldn't tell. So anyway, I know it just flicked off again, didn't it? Okay, I'll go back to that. So yeah, it was just kind of freaky. So whenever I look at a house, I check it out. I bought a house in Brownsburg, Indiana before I went to work down there for UPS. And I went down to the house. I inspected the house. I did everything right. I went down to the house 3 or 4 times when I went to work. After a rain, I went over there and I checked the neighborhood out. After a rain, when I got off of work, I went over and I checked the neighborhood out. I did all this kind of stuff. Bought the house. The very next morning, I know you're going to think I'm lying, and I'm not. Very next morning, got up, and there was a guy. I had like an acre and a half yard. Way back in the back of my yard, there was a creek, and or creek, however you pronounce it. And there was a guy out there in a canoe in my backyard. And I stood there for a while, looking out the back window, going, "What the hell?" Yeah, my yard flooded the very first day we moved in, and I had no idea, and it was totally shocking. And so the water problem there wasn't a big problem, but it was every year at springtime during the spring thaw, the ground saturated, and then the thunderstorm started, and that creek or drainage ditch, whatever you want to call it, just couldn't handle it. And all the complaining that the neighbors did with the town board and all our commissioners and stuff went nowhere because the houses are there. They got our property taxes. And so they just didn't care, truthfully. So we had to do it ourselves, handle whatever you wanted to do it yourself. So, yeah, I'm very in tune when it comes to floodwaters. I understand why people don't like it, and neither do I. So anyway, that's really what I come on here to show you. What's that? I got some other stuff I could show you. Somebody was asking me about W&L show. So what's a W&L show? Well, there everything's on here that's in a file. Let me start it here. There it is. Can you guys see it? I think you can. Trying to figure it out if I can get a bigger picture on here for you. There you go. Let me start this up a little bit. I got some work to do, and you guys can watch this. Not all of it, but watch it. I kind of edited this. Welcome, everybody, to Wednesday Night Live. Welcome, all villagers and those that want to be.
That's Valentine's Day. She was wishing you a happy Valentine's.
Dogs
and you're making fun of her. Oh, well, that was not Valentine's Day.
I'm sorry. That doesn't even look like it fits right.
Casual Friday.
We were actually we were dressed alike that day. No, yeah, this was after Valentine's Day. She's got sequins on the back of that one.
Hey, I have a dress just like that.
I gotta watch what I send you. I swear.
I know. I watched Jasmine's almost like, she wants to just stay away from me. I'm sitting up here, just stay away from me. Don't touch me, Mom. He's touching me. He's touching me.
Yep. Now they're happy.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you worked out. And Miss Vegan Lady, what is that?
That's a plate.
that was a deviation from vegetarian food. I got to tell you though, if you like chicken and waffles,
but the waffles
you have
got
got to try these at Metro Diner. I never had them before. My mom and dad used to eat them, and I thought they used to get them in IHOP with the little nuggets on top, and I thought, oh, that's just not gonna do. Roy and I went to Metro Diner when we first got here. And they serve this thing. First of all, you get like half a chicken, right? So it's like four meals for me. I took 3/4 of it home.
Yeah, but that ain't never going to happen to me because to me, waffles is breakfast. I was just showing pictures of DeLuna. It's flooded down there. One of the Patreon members sent me some pictures, and that's what I was showing. And I'm trying to answer your other questions too. I got work to do. A lot of work. I don't know if you guys can see. Well, wait a minute. Let me get the bigger picture on here. There we go. I'm working. I'm editing stuff for Patreon members and YouTube members. I do stories on there once in a while. What they call that, I don't remember. Anyway, and I go through the stories and I edit out a lot of the stuff that I think is just kind of not necessary. And then I was going through the emails also, and somebody said, "What's a WNL?" So I just thought I'd show part of what a WNL was, and this is what they're missed out on.
It's so good. And there's a secret sauce. Did you know about the secret sauce?
No.
Ketchup.
The secret sauce is they give you like a maple syrup, and then they put Louisiana hot sauce. Counter. Skip asked the blonde waitress, "Before we order, could you please settle an argument for us?" Do not have dirty ones.
Yes, you do. He's right above you.
I have a sort of long one. You need a sort of long one? Okay. So if anybody was watching, Porch Setting today, they can relate to this one a little bit. But Skip and Sue were driving through Louisiana. As they approached Natchitoches, they started arguing about the pronunciation of the town. They argued back and forth and decided to stop
FMCPP
for
says
lunch.
in DeLuna, no flooding
At the
here.
counter,
I got that picture
Skip
today.
asked the blonde
from,
waitress,
a YouTube member.
"Before
not
we
YouTube
order,
member,
could
Patreon
you
member,
please settle an
and
argument
he
for
says that
us?
that's the way it was this morning.
Would you please
So
pronounce
evidently
for
they must
us
have got it taken care of. Or maybe
very
it's on a different
slowly
street.
where we
I
are?"
don't know.
The waitress leaned over the counter and said, "Dairy Queen."
That sounds like a real life story.
Sea Fox.
It's pretty close.
Joel.
Pretty close to a real life story.
That's where you'd probably find me too, at a Dairy Queen.
And I don't have my boom boom. Oh, there it is.
Greetings to Mid-Atlantic.
The names were changed to
it's not there.
protect the
Is
guilty.
that where the hurricane was supposed to
I
hit?
love the Portuguese
There
restaurant.
he is.
But I'm not the only one. Frank likes to go to Dairy Queen too.
You got him started on that.
That's
We
okay.
never went to Dairy Queen before Port. Where was that Port? Where did you go? Yeah, Port Aransas. Yep. Before we went there. I mean,
it's in
he apparently
DeLuna,
liked it,
SM.
but I didn't know that he liked it.
I don't know what part.
There.
That's just a picture I got from one of my Patreon members saying that it was, they got 5 inches of rain this morning.
California, he stopped at El Paso to visit an old college.
We didn't get anything here. If we did, it was just a sprinkle or two. We got some rain last night, but it wasn't anything unusual. We probably got, I don't know, a couple inches of rain last night.
Dairy Queens in Texas has a different menu.
That's the second time we came across. That
Jammed
was
drains.
after
That's very
Texas.
possible, Ramai. It's very, very
You
possible.
started
But
it
like
on
I was
the
pointing
first
out, that
time.
the drains on the corners right there are huge. And so,
Guilty.
man, I don't know what would get in there to drain or clog them up, unless the drains were maybe clogged up underground. Maybe there was like a ground collapse or something somewhere. I don't know. But that's that flooding like that's is very unusual. But like I said, DeLuna is a fairly new area, so sometimes problems like that pop up.
Well, Skip and Sue did.
SM says DeLuna is a big area. It's what street? I don't know. SM, I don't know. They didn't say. They just said that that's the way it looked from
I
DeLuna.
don't know anything about it.
It's usually Sue and Skip.
Yeah, that's fine too.
Sue and Skip.
Karen says rain was last night. Yeah, we got rain last night.
Yeah, exactly.
So maybe that's what it was. Maybe they got a lot more rain than we did.
And
And that's when they got up this morning. That's the way it looked.
He is probably, if not the #1 act in all of the villages that draws such a crowd. He's very likable to everybody here. He's very
Time to clean out drains, I guess. Well,
Sue and I remember him, and I was
somebody will have to do it if they need cleaned out. I don't know who's going to do it.
When we sent him the email,
There's always that argument.
Some kind of
It's in the villages. I don't get these arguments around here. The streets are public, they say. They belong to Sumter County. We can't do anything about that. But then you'll read where the villages is fixing a road. I don't know. I don't know the process there.
I don't know what camera I had, so I apologize for anything that comes up. But it's just a little segment of the crowd that he.
Says look like, yeah, you're right, Gringo. It does look that way, and that's what I said. But I tell you what, the drains on them corners. If there's a drain there, I couldn't tell. I mean, the water was in a way I couldn't tell, and I don't live there. But if it's like my neighborhood, there's a drain on every corner, and they're huge.
I took out the sound because I didn't want to get copyrighted. There he is up on stage. He dances with the crowd.
Teresa says she's in DeLuna, and she's
And
close to
let me tell you who you
301, and there's
are.
no
The
flooding there.
Scooters around. Everybody's up and dancing. So let's get started with talking to Scooter the DJ. Our special guest is here. You know him. I know him. You love him. We love him. We're going to bring on Scooter.
I had never seen you without a hat.
Oh, I see it at the square. Scooter.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I just wanted to make sure you recognize me.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yeah, well, we recognize you. We're going to ask you some questions real quick, and I'm going to edit this after it's done and over with. You know.
Oh,
So.
I'm sorry, we don't have time. We don't have time for questions this morning. Have a great day.
Yeah, we'll get back here. We're going to have some questions.
All right, very good.
I've got a few questions, and if anybody else has got a question and jump in here, raise your hand or something. So
I don't know.
One another.
No trust to left.
And,
I
thanks
don't
for
I don't know what
coming.
road it
I
was
know you're
on.
busy,
They didn't
and
say.
we
They just
worked this
took a
out,
picture and
because
said it was in
I am
DeLuna. That's all I
not
know.
an early riser, so I'm up for you.
I'm not really an early riser either, unless there's a tea time.
Sewers on the street.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. How long have you been entertaining in the villages?
We don't have sewers on the street, Laura. We have drain. The water drains on the street. The sewer and the water here has to be separate. They can't be together.
I thought it was like, oh,
I say that because I know many little towns in Indiana that's not true. The sewer and the water drainage out on the street is one of the same. And on a heavy rainy day, sometimes the air gets a little thick, if you know what I mean. I think they got a federal law about that, by a certain date that has to be separated. But on the small towns like in Indiana that I know of, Van Buren, Indiana is one of them.
Yeah.
I don't know if they got the money to do it.
Somewhere in there, 98.
You've got to be at least one. I don't know if you're the one, but you've got to be one of the most popular entertainers here, because every time you're at the square and we go down to see you, it's just packed.
Yeah, I do too, Laura.
you.
I always
Thank
kind
you
of
right
enjoyed
now for
doing
that.
to me, it was always kind of relaxing. I mean, we have glitches, hey, when you're live, and things happen when you're live, and that's the fun of being live, really. I used to watch Ed Sullivan show when it was live. What else was it? Jackie Gleason when it was in Miami, Florida was live.
I think we were at,
Jack Benny
we were
was
at Lake
live,
Spencer Landing,
and mistakes
we got
happen.
one of
You
our
know, a
friends
picture
come
falls
on
off the
stage.
wall. What are you going to do? There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
So I don't like glitches. I get frustrated because I want things to go perfectly, but I know that they don't, and I'm not in control of Wi-Fi. Just like here, I'm not in control of Wi-Fi. If it goes bad, it goes bad. I always enjoyed it because I always felt like everybody else came to the show because they enjoyed it. So when everybody's enjoying it, you feel like, well, we're a success here. We're doing something good. And then when you start analyzing the amount of views, how many people are actually coming to the show and that kind of thing,
Not allowed to have anybody on stage anymore.
it was just time to give it up.
Lawyers got word of it.
We canceled ourselves.
Liability. So
Really? Is that true?
Yeah.
Lawyers stop the fun.
Yeah, they don't want anybody up on stage in case somebody gets hurt.
So you can't
PB's
get
are
on
doing
stage
the villages
anymore?
Monday
No,
in
I
Northern
got
California.
that.
That's a
Well,
hefty
that's
drive,
my
man.
question then, because I was going to ask if I could.
If you're bringing a
come in
car,
with
you
one of
know,
your- one
maybe
of
a
your
lot
shows
quicker,
sometime
but
to
if
get
you're
some behind-the-scenes
coming
video.
down in an RV or something like that, which a lot of them do. I've been out to California. I've taken my RV out there a couple of
I got
times.
a quick question. How many?
Matter of fact,
do you have?
Linda just went back to San
Oh, wow.
Diego and she took her little RV and it took her,
I don't know if you can see
of
'em
course,
up
she
on the wall.
meanders.
Got some,
She only drives about 250 miles a day,
I would
sometimes
say
not even
at
that far.
least,
So you can do the
10 or 15
math.
go with me
It took
every
her, I don't
show,
know, a
and then
couple
some
weeks
of
to
them
get back
rotate in
here.
and out.
That's okay. It's part of having one.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. I got everything from the curlers and the wig with the curlers in it.
Gringo.
And,
So you've got 4 inches of rain
I'll
in
do
less
the
than
drumsticks and do the Rocky
an
Indian
hour.
rollers. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a lot of rain real quick in a tropical area.
Yeah.
If you're not used to it, it can kind of be a little nerve-wracking at first. You'll get used to it though.
All the effects.
Yeah, your hats and the
Oh.
pizza dance and all that stuff.
Oh, that's hilarious. I started out DJing in college, and my fraternity brothers literally forced me to do this. And I was playing. I had 45. I think I had the music, so I had to do it. We rented a sound system, and I played the college center at my college. And my first party was
Gringo
probably
Loco
2,000
says
kids,
his
and
days in
it wasn't,
Costa
it seemed
Rica
like it.
are numbered.
So, it was packed. So it was one of those events where, how do I not screw this up? Because they're gonna dance. You know, there were so many college kids, and college kids are a blast. They'll dance to anything. So that was my first party, and when it was over, I was like, oh, relief, I'm done. And the music store was closed on Sunday, so I had all this equipment I had to pull into my dorm room that night. Well, the next morning, my phone starts ringing off the hook. Hey, we have the party on this date. How much do you charge? Are you available? And I'm like, I don't know. And I'm hanging up on people. It was funny. It was funny. But
What
then
year was that?
one night, that was 1980, probably 1980, 81, somewhere. And
Well,
'cause I
BB, if you
graduated
get
college
time
in
on your way
82.
when you're
And,
hanging out
yeah, my
here,
first party was
I
January
usually
of
do things
81. So everybody had just
on a
gotten
regular
back to
basis.
school
These
from,
little pop-up lives
you know,
I
the
do, the
Christmas
people that
holiday
follow
and
me
New
all the
Year's
time,
holiday, and that was my
they're
first
used
party.
to it. They
But
know what I
anyway,
do. So you got to
I'm
make sure you
standing there one
subscribe,
day,
hit
I
the
kind of
bell,
got comfortable
and hopefully
DJing,
YouTube will
and I had a
notify you
tennis
every time we
racket
go
with me, and I
live.
just played tennis
Otherwise,
with
I'm
some
going to go
girl
live and
before
you
the
don't even,
party.
you won't even know it.
Yeah, so I
So
was
when I
playing,
do
I
go
just
live,
emailed
and one of my
Alabama or
lives that I
something.
do
I
on a
started playing
regular basis
guitar
is port.
on
I
on
call
the tennis
it's just a
racket,
name
and
we
people
come
were
up
like,
with called
"Go,
Port
man,
Sitting. It's
go!"
on Wednesday, and
Like,
it starts
you
at
looking at
noon
me?
ish.
You know, so then
I
it
keep
just
saying that,
boom,
and
it
if
just the
I
light
swear to
bulb
God,
went
if I'm 2
off, and
minutes late,
you know,
somebody says I'm late.
comedy
I'm
was.
not
I always
late.
wanted to be a
I'm
stand-up
noon
comedian, so that
ish.
came out, and
Some people don't know
brought
what
some
ish
into
stands
fashion.
for.
It was crazy.
It means I show up
What
whenever
was
I
your
show up.
original major in
But
context
anyway,
before you
it's usually
fell
around
into
noon.
Scooter
My
and
wife and I will
DJ?
sit out there. We'll go
Oh
live for
yeah,
an
I
hour and
was
a
a
half or
recreate. I
so,
was
and
one of those guys that
talk
had
to
no idea
people
what I
and,
wanted to do in
you know,
life.
answer
I was the
questions and
athlete
things
that
like
could
that.
do any sport,
Most
but
people
not
come
well.
on the chat
I
because they
ended up
know
being a
other people, like
swimmer in
here.
college. And
Laura
then
knows
I was a
Karen knows
recreation major. It
Marsha.
was
They all
I
know
went
each
to
other,
that
and so
school
they
because they
chat
were the
back and
first
forth on
ones.
chat.
Yeah, the first. So I'm kind of in my field. You
Usually
know?
Jerry Bell
So
and some
it was
other
the first
people that I
college where
know
the
are on here. I
recreation
haven't
major
seen him
first
yet, but I'm
came
not
out.
down on the chat
And I started
really.
doing that. And those were the people that
Carol
kind of ran the parks
Madigan,
and
how are you doing?
commissions and, you know, the softball tournaments that your towns have and things like that. Yeah. And then it was funny. I came down on a Disney internship, right? My roommate had done it. He was a PE
DeLuna
major.
part of the city of
And they
Wildwood.
said
I
the
believe
rec
so,
majors could do it
because
too. So I
every
went
time I
down
go
and I
down
worked a
there,
semester at Disney. Fell in
well,
love
I
with
call the
Florida. I was
Finney
like, why
area,
would
which
anybody
is,
not
you know,
live here?
DeSoto and all them
And
areas down through
so I
there.
was
And
about
I'm
to leave
pretty
Disney. It was my
positive
last semester of
that
college too,
DeLuna
and I
and
was about
St.
to leave to go
Catherine,
graduate. And they said, "Hey,
St.
coming back in 7
Charles,
you
I
need
can't even think of all
a
the neighborhoods
lead." They
down
called
there.
them
It's
leads, which
all
was an
patrolled by
entry-level
Wildwood
manager.
Police Department, which
And
tells
so
me this
yeah,
part
I'll
of
come
Wildwood
back.
city
I
limits.
didn't have a
So,
job, you know. So I
yeah.
go up and I graduate, and everybody's like, "What are you going to do now?" And I did the old, "I'm going to Disney World." So, here, and after about 3 years of working at Disney,
Gary says, I
trying to
can't
work my
hear
way up into
anything. What are
management,
you listening
they
for, Gary?
offered me management,
Anybody else having a
and
problem
it
hearing
was
anything?
what I could make in one day DJ. And that light bulb just went boom. You know, I was like, wow. So that's when I knew I needed to start DJing full time.
Were you ever DJ at Disney?
Yes, yes. I DJed for them for 30 years. I came in as a vendor. I was the first
According to my
Disney fairy tale
audio
wedding
processor
DJ.
over here,
They
we
were
have
just called Disney
audio.
weddings back then. They
Let me
called
check
them a
over here.
destination wedding and then Disney weddings, and then somebody
Hello,
came up with a
hello.
fairy
Yeah,
tale
according
wedding
to
thing. I was the first
StreamYard,
one.
we
I was
have
there for
audio,
probably
so
30
everybody
years doing weddings,
audio.
and probably 33 years overall. I played Epcot New Year's Eve.
Why is Scooter
30
playing?
years.
Well,
I
at
was
the
at
very
Epcot
beginning
New
of
Year's
this,
Eve,
I
but when I
had
saw
a
you at the
couple of
square, I'm
emails
like, I
of
think
people
that's the
saying,
same
hey,
guy. But
what's
we're talking
WNL?
about probably 20 years
You know,
apart.
it's hard for me to
Yeah,
answer all
He
these
had
questions and
I didn't
explain
even
any
remember. You had
everything
one of
because
those
you
hats
have
that
to
go
remember
like
we get
this,
new people
like
all the
with
time.
hands.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
And
when
I
they
go,
say, what's WNL? I
gotta
thought,
be
well,
him.
I got to
And of course,
come on here. I got some work I got to do
I
anyway.
remember
And I
that.
thought, well, while I'm
Yeah.
doing this
I,
work, I'd
I got
sit
really
and
good
chat
at
with you
throwing a
guys, and
ball
I
in the
just
air and
show
catching it.
what a WNL
and the
show
reason
was.
we
And
went
this
to
is
the other
edited. I
one, the
edited a lot
one
of
you
stuff
can
out.
link,
This is the
another
one where we
one.
had Scooter on.
Back then,
And
I
for
don't
those
know
of you who's
now.
never
On
been to
number
the Villages,
two,
he's probably one of
our
the
friend
top
had a
2 or 3
dog, and
entertainers here in the
Epcot
Villages.
has a
He's
dog
been here for,
place that we can leave the
jeez,
dog there while we go
I've been coming in
to
here in
party,
and
and
out for
then at the end we
25
pick up the
years, and
dog
he's
and
been
leave.
here ever since that
Oh,
I've
yeah.
been
That's
coming
when
here.
we saw you.
So he's been
When
here
I
a
saw
long
you, I
time.
said,
He
I'm
used
not
to work
going
for
anywhere. I
Disney
want to stay on this
down
place.
at Disney World.
Oh, that's I had such a crowd there.
I don't know
He
what he
was
did.
very
He was some
nice.
kind of an
Very
entertainer
nice.
down there. I know
Time
that.
every year.
I think I
And
seen
it
him
was
at
funny
Pleasure
because
Island
I don't know if
once,
you remember this.
back when
I
they
had to
had
stop
Pleasure
at
Island.
11:40 for illumination.
Yeah, for the show.
Yeah, so So I would stop and everybody would literally do this. They would turn around.
Yeah, I know. I haven't done a call in lately. I know.
Turn back around and go, "All right, boy, let's go.
Let's get going. This is
They
Bill.
kind of scare me.
Let's go."
Let me do this small. This short
You never
video
know.
here.
'Cause see,
She did. I think this is
Half
upside down.
anybody that calls in on a call-in show, I don't have your phone number in my phone book in the phone. So when a normal number comes up, 1-800 whoever,
That's cool.
whatever the number
I've
is.
seen a few of those around here.
I don't know who that
That's
is.
a good one though.
And I'm always afraid I'm going to pick it up and it's going to be somebody I don't want. I know I can hang up on them real quick,
Those
but
ain't any good
I
until
just
you
don't
really
even
can
like to
see
deal
them
with
like
it.
you can in the nightclub.
I mean, during the daytime, if
No,
anybody's tried to call me, and a
no.
lot of people's got my phone number. I don't try to hide anything.
Judy, Sue, and I tried
If
to
you're not
stay
in my
awake
phone
for one
book
of them,
where it
but we all
says
fell asleep.
Bob Ted Nellis is
Well, I
calling,
stayed awake and you couldn't see it
the
anyhow,
odds
so-
are, the
Usually
odds
NASA,
are,
when they have
I'm not
those
going to answer
happens,
the
I
phone.
think to
And I don't
appeal
care if
to
it's
really
got a
do-
Florida area code in it. Odds are I'm not going to answer the phone because I just simply don't want.
Somebody's calling you.
See, there's right there. Somebody's calling in.
Hello, can you guys hear it?
Hello?
Who is
Is
that?
this Skip Smith?
Let me turn it
Yeah,
up.
Who is this?
Your mom-
I'm trying to watch something good and I don't know what the heck you guys are doing down there, but it sure as heck ain't good.
You sound pretty sexy. You sound pretty sexy. How old are you?
Well, I'm about 102.
You're my
I
type.
am wearing my pink 90.
You're my type. Can you cook?
Well,
That's a
if
no.
you like some vegetables and maybe some beer in it, I'm not sure, but your show's really bad.
Well, why do you watch?
Because it's the only thing I can get on this YouTube thing.
At 102, that's probably the only thing you're gonna get anyways.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Maybe you need to change channels and go watch somebody else.
Well, maybe you need to change your face because it looks like the north side of a southbound horse.
She just called me an ass.
Well, I never had such a compliment. I appreciate that.
And there keeps this stuff that stinks coming out of your mouth just like horse poo.
It's alien poop. You want some? Here it is. It's right here. It's alien poop that I've been eating.
Oh, well, that explains a lot.
Do you believe in aliens?
I do now from watching your show. That helps me a lot.
You know, I still have alien.
Well, I'm sorry I disappoint you so bad.
Me too. I'm going to start having a stroke soon.
You know, at 103, it's 7:40 in the evening. Shouldn't you be in bed?
Well, I tried.
You
but I
sound-
couldn't
You
sleep.
sound like a cat lady. I bet you got cats, ain't you?
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
I do have some cats,
I bet.
but I've been called a royal bee.
Yeah. Well, you know what's going to happen if you live alone. Then you're going to die. Them cats are going to eat you.
This looks really good now.
What's your name?
She passed
Hello?
away.
She hung up. She hung up on
She
you.
just died.
Oh,
That's it, the last call.
doggone it. I was really getting into the phone call.
I'm pretty sure she just passed away. Call 911.
Yeah, it's gone. It's gone. She hung up. I wasn't paying no attention. Good Lord. Cop pulls over this car for speeding. He walks up to the car and asks the guy for his driver's license, registration, and proof of insurance. And as he's talking to the guy, he keeps swatting. These flies are flying around this officer's face. And he's looking at the guy and said, "You know, I pulled you over." And he says, "No, sir, I don't." And he swats these flies. He says, "Damn these flies." He said, "Pulled you over for speeding." And he's swatting these flies again. And the guy goes, "Well, those are Zoom flies, officer." And as he's looking at his driver's license and trying to run a check on everything, he looks at the Zoom flies. He goes, "What the hell's a Zoom fly?" He goes, "They hang around horses' asses." He's trying to write this ticket. "Are you calling me a horse's ass?" The guy said, "No, sir, but you can't fool them Zoom flies."
That's an old
Did you
fella.
enjoy working at Disney a lot?
I did. I love Disney. Disney teaches you things like good show, bad show. You know, like I never eat at an event. People always ask, "Hey, come on, have a seat, eat with us." I'm like, "No, thank you, I'm working." Things like that. You know, storing things, making your speakers look good, wires look good. Things they teach you. You know, professional. You know, they taught me a lot. So,
Do you use any of that in your shows today?
oh gosh, yeah. Oh, definitely.
Which is your favorite square? Now that we have 3 squares, maybe
Uh-oh.
4.
Anybody want to call in? If you do, I'll hook it up. If not, then I'm not going to worry about it. Marcia says nope. I don't know what that means. Super sticker. Where's that? Nope. Oh gosh, I forgot where it's at. Here it is.
Thank you for the super chat.
So nobody wants to call in. Everybody loves a call-in show, but nobody wants to call in. See how difficult this is? All right.
Nice share from my dad. And you played some rap. Sometime during your show, you played some rap, and everything in the square kind of got like silent. Everybody got silent. Around. And then you yelled at everybody saying, "You laugh, but one of these days, this is what they're going to be playing here in the villages."
That's right. That's right. The people that buy your homes at a much higher value. What stuff?
Is your wife still working with you?
She is. Yep, she is. Yep, she does. She does the T-shirts and she does photo booths with me. We do the photo booths. We do those on the squares too sometimes at the big events.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. She really helped me a lot too. She's the one that told me, she said, you know, you're a brand. You need to start doing this T-shirt thing. And my little logo here. And
yeah.
Look at the hand. Those are the hands that I saw at Epcot.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, the big hand. Yeah.
Yeah.
I miss her store.
Oh, I know. Yeah, she had a great store. She loved doing that. She loved doing that.
We went in. My friend and I went in and did a video of the store. Yeah, we really loved that store.
COVID down, the whole COVID.
It did a lot of places. Yes.
Oh yeah.
Thank you for the super chat.
Go, Judy! Go, Judy!
Stickers, yes I do. Stickers, I like stickers more than you.
Easy.
Thanks for the super sticker.
Oh, Judy, it's hard to keep you in line. I swear it is. You're just.
She goes right back to ignoring you.
You want to answer somebody on YouTube.
There's Mindy.
It's Mindy.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One more time, Judy.
I like stickers, yes I do.
Judy.
I like stickers more than you.
Oh gosh.
I don't know.
Laura Lamp.
Oh, it's Karen.
Thank you.
Karen too.
Go, Judy! Go, Judy!
I like stickers,
Go, Judy!
yes I do. Stickers.
What is that?
Stickers, I like stickers more than you.
Thank
we
you,
got another
Karen.
one. Karen
Yeah.
Lawler.
Our loyal subscribers.
Super chat.
Stickers.
There you go. There you go.
Oh, that's great. Well, keep them coming, guys.
Been a lot.
Oh, you need to
Oh,
read the
Judy, you're
music
bringing
on.
them in. Do some more, Judy.
Let's do this.
You got the magic hands.
Let's do this. Slow motion.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
fun
Judy,
times.
You're just too much. I keep. Linda's
I'm
gonna
a
have to keep
wild
better
one.
control of you. Oh, we got another one.
Thank
These
you
people
for
like
the
Judy
super
dancing.
chat.
Judy, keep going.
Yeah.
You're bringing the house down.
Yes, I do. Stickers. I like stickers more than you.
Thank you, Martin.
Here's some more from Scooter. You do cruise ships, right?
Yeah, I used to. Before the COVID thing, I did. I would take village groups. I tried to take about 110 people was where I capped it because I wanted to meet everybody.
I got two
wanted
more
to have a
that I
good
can
time with
edit.
everybody, meet everybody.
I've been kind of saving
And then we
them.
had a
Maybe I'll
great
put them
deal
up.
with Royal Caribbean, so we would take people on the big ships, on the Royal Caribbean ships, and yeah, we'd go for a week and come back. In fact, the last cruise I did was the second to last one before COVID. We got off the ship.
I got a couple more left that we've
You
done.
haven't done any
I'll
since?
probably edit them and try to put them up on the Mondays.
No, I got a little Margaritaville one
because
coming
I've already got them. I just haven't edited them yet. This is some of the work that I'm doing now. I got a couple of special things I'm going to put up on Patreon.
It just goes over and comes back. So,
YouTube members, you're
yeah,
not
I'm
going
gonna
to
try
get
it out
much
again.
because YouTube
You like
doesn't
doing
have a
those?
way where I
I
can
do.
post a
It's
video
fun.
ahead of
It's a nice
time
break
and have it
and you get to see
automatically
people
released
off
to you.
campus out of their
This is
element.
one of my
I mean,
problems
I
I
could
have
tell you
with
some
YouTube
stories. I could write a
memberships.
book just on my cruises.
I
It's
do like
hilarious.
YouTube
We
memberships
had-
because it's
I'll
one of
give
the
you a
few
short
ways that I
story.
can
We had
actually
this,
talk to a
we had a
YouTube
General
member
Motors executive come
privately
on the cruise. That's
or
all
has
I'm
a
gonna say.
group.
Former
And
GM
if you're not a
executive.
member, then you
And
can't
we're in
come.
Carlos and Charlie. We
Patreon
told them, hey, we're going to be
doesn't
there from like 11 to 1.
have
dance
anything
a little
like
bit.
that. They
So
kind
we're in
of
there
do and
dancing, having
kind
a
of
good time.
don't,
And
but
here
they just make
comes
it so
the
difficult for me on
beer
Patreon
chugging
that it's just
contest
hard
in those
to
big
just get
yard.
any of that stuff done. So I just
Those big
don't.
yard.
But as time goes on, I'm
They
working
have
with
Carlos and
Patreon.
Charlie's or
And
Senior
as time
Frogs,
goes
wherever we
on,
were at.
though, I'm going to start doing
So
more and more
I look
over
up on
there
stage and there's like
because they
5
only take
college
out
kids
3.5%.
and a
You know,
General
on any
Motors
of the super
executive.
chats or anything like that we
And
can
I'm
get
like,
over
what
there.
is he doing?
So,
So
but I don't
the
know if I'm
little
ever going
lady
to change
says you
everything
gotta
that
take this
much
big, huge
because it's just I
jalapeno
got it set
and
up
you've got to
where
either
you
eat
know
the jalapeno and
I
chug
just
the
wish
beer,
on
or you got to
YouTube
do this shot
memberships
and chug the
that I
beer.
could post
So this guy, he takes the
videos
jalapeno and
just
throws
for
it in his mouth,
YouTube
and we're like,
members
oh my
and
god!
set a
He
date
takes
and
the
a
beer and
time
boom,
to
boom,
where they
boom,
would
boom, 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 boom,
automatically
boom.
release.
It's gone.
That's
We're
my
crowd
only
surfing
problem.
this guy off the stage. The college kids they're barely starting the beer. He's done. I mean,
Because
What's
some
a
of them be
bro?
both YouTube. Yeah, they're
guy,
two
you know, he's
separate
probably
things.
70 years old. He
Patreon is
smoked them.
Patreon and YouTube is
And
YouTube.
we're crowd surfing him off the
So
stage. We
at
get
the
him to the
description
back of the
box
room.
on any
We
of
get
my
him down.
videos, there's a
Everybody's
link
laughing,
directly to
cheering
my
on him.
Patreon
Next
page.
thing you know, like a hamster, here
Or
comes this
you know,
huge jalapeno
email me and I
out
can
of
send
his
you a
cheek,
link.
and he
One or the
throws
other.
it in
Pretty
somebody's
easy to get to.
nachos on the table.
It's just as easy to join that as it is YouTube.
It
It's
was
no big
so
deal.
funny.
He was
It
a
was
pro.
It was so
Oh,
One of
Laura
the
Lamb
funniest
just sent me
things
$10.
that's happened to you here
I'm not paying no
amongst
attention,
us
am I,
old
Laura?
people.
Oh wow!
I'm so used. I'm so used
There's
to
been so
watching the
many. I
video
gotta
with
pick
everything over there that I just assumed that this was.
One by square.
Keep going, I don't care.
My mind is wandering.
It's funny because some people are mean. I mean, they're really mean. I had a guy one night at Spanish
Hey.
Spring back when I first started up here, and he just started yelling at me. You need to play a polka.
Yeah.
You need to play a polka right now. So I don't know if you remember, that's where that whole Alice, who the
Stickers.
Thanks for the super sticker.
Thanks for the super sticker, Laura.
he got all embarrassed. Oh, that's great. I think it's awesome. You know, and we had a good time with it. So
Well, that's
if
good.
you want to hear polka, that's great. We'll play a polka for you.
Oh, but I'm going to get a hold of every one of you wherever he's at a square, and we're all going to get together, and we're all just going to sit sometime during the show. He's not going to know we're there. I'm not going to say anything. We're all going to just kind of meander up there, and in between the songs, when it's kind of quiet, we're all going to holler at the same time. Scooter,
You suck.
That's a great idea.
just to see what he does.
Everybody's
Well,
all
we got to
over.
have somebody to
Like
hold the
in
camera and film
California.
all this. We got to video it.
Jose works
All right,
part
we got
time.
another super chat.
WrestleMania
Right?
is in Pennsylvania.
Marsha.
Judy's never around. She travels all the
Done
time.
dancing.
It's just hard to get everybody together. Look at there. Even Marsha give us a
No
super chat.
You've been doing such a good job. I figured you could be the star tonight.
It's funny how she can turn on and off.
I know. She's like,
It's like a different person for 20 seconds. I love that.
I bring out the best in Judy.
you do.
I saw that look.
Did Judy
What
have
did you say, Judy?
I said, I don't know about that.
Oh, let's do one more Scooter.
Oh, shoot.
I've done a lot of proposals. A lot of people have proposed to each other on the square. I've DJ'd weddings of couples that met at my show on the square. Just crazy stuff like that.
Have you ever had any safety issues or like?
Yeah, we had a lady at Brownwood broke her leg out on the dance floor. That was kind of creepy. And at Disney, they always taught us just keep going. You know, don't direct attention to it. Just keep going. So I did that until I was waiting. And now we have that crew out there. I wait till they
Yeah, that's what I was
say
taught to.
or say to do whatever. But they got it right out.
I
No matter what
remember a
happens, no matter
storm
what
you were
glitch
in.
happens, no matter what stumbles you go
we were in the
into,
same storm, and
just
we were
keep
up
going.
against the
Just
back of
make it
the
look
beer
like it's
hut,
part of the show.
and they finally let us inside, and you were in there.
Yeah.
It was like a
Randy?
tornado.
Yeah.
Yeah. They had like a microburst. Some front was coming through.
Yeah.
It was vendor night. Remember that? It was vendor night. And there was
stuff flying everywhere. Yeah.
were flying. There was money was even flying in the air. It was fun.
Yeah, we was up there during that. And I'll tell you what, that
it was
freaky.
crazy. And the lady from entertainment came down after it blew through, and she said, "We're closing."
Yeah, I gotta tell you, that was probably the creepiest storm that I think I've ever seen down here.
That was strange. It came out of nowhere. That was weird.
I have another question for you.
Sure.
Have you have there been any other entertainers here in the villages that you've kind of come up with that you've become friends with?
It's so funny. A lot of people think we're all competitors and like for some reason, a lot of people thought that Rocky and I were competitors back in the day. And it's funny, behind the scenes, me and him were friends. It was crazy. It was,
I've done that, Marcia.
I've
had some of my port settings actually.
And I'll be working a photo booth at that.
You're not a member.
Super good guy.
Where you have to be a member
Johnny
of
Wild
the channel.
Johnny Wild.
No, subscribers. There's two things you can do on
hang out with them sometimes.
Turn this down because it gets in my mind and then I can't think.
There's so many. I can go on and on. We took Susie Cactus.
The two things that YouTube does do that I do like is one is
we just lost Cactus.
I can set the chat so that it's for subscribers only. Everybody says they're subscribed. Well, my analytics says different. So if you want to be a participant in a chat, to come on and talk to Laura, like here on this chat, to Marcia, to whatever, I can set that if you're not a subscriber, your chat does not show up. And I've done that the last couple of times. I haven't told anybody that. I just do it for a reason. And I got a couple of emails. One of them was kind of nasty. One of them.
Yeah.
It says, "Hey, am I, how do you put it? Or she, I never know. Whatever names they got here, you never know. It says, hey, am I blocked from your channel? Because if I am, just let me know and I'll go ahead and unsubscribe." I sent him an email back saying, I haven't blocked anybody. But if you want to unsubscribe, go ahead. The threat of unsubscribing is not going to influence me whatsoever.
Originally, where are you from?
So the odds are what happened is that person is not subscribed. They think they are.
Every 3 years I had to move.
So
my dad, I started out.
he tried or she tried to make comments and couldn't get them in there. And so right away they think I got them blocked. So I do that once in a while just to show people that you're not subscribed because they're not listening to me when I tell them to check. I know most of you do. But there's a whole something like I forget what my analytics said last time I checked. It was like 60%, something like that. It was a high number. 60% of the people that watch my videos are not subscribed. Now,
unbelievable.
That's why I pay a lot of attention to people that are members like here. Look at all the green names up there. Look at all of them. Because I know who they are and my Patreon members. I just wish that somehow Patreon and YouTube would get together so that when my Patreon members show up, there would be a mark or a different color or something on here to let me know my Patreon members are on here. And that's kind of aggravating for me because I can't memorize everybody's names and who they are and all this and that. But I'm just trying to work it out the best that I can.
We take super chats from anywhere around the world.
Look at Judy. Look at her.
Yeah, let's go back to Scooter. These jokes ain't getting any better.
Yeah, my dad was a weather guy. He designed weather satellites and environmental satellites. And
really?
Yeah, really good. Yeah, you're a really funny guy. He's where the sense of humor came from. Really high sense of humor. He would say something, and you just look at him, and it was just so funny. Yeah.
That's cool.
But really, I guess the most growing up was in the DC area, and it was funny because when I got into swimming and stuff, I was with like G. Gordon Liddy's kids, and it was fun. A lot of good times up there.
I remember G. Gordon.
Yeah,
I used to listen to his radio podcast.
Yeah, he'd come to our country club pool with a little Speedo, and all the women would be like, woo! He did it on purpose. He was a funny guy. Really.
Scooter's a funny guy.
Yeah.
Well, let me just close this out by saying you do impact people here. I had a granddaughter years ago when Spanish Springs was the only square, and she saw you, and she's shy, so she doesn't really talk to a lot of people. So we left there when
It started raining.
Yeah, what's that pizza place up there? It was new at the time. Flippers. Yeah, it was fairly new. So she wanted to go over there. So we go over there after the show was over, and we're sitting there eating a pizza. And I saw you come through the side door. I believe with your wife, and at that time you had a young child.
Oh, my son might have been in town. Okay.
So we're going in there, and you must have heard me. I told her back was to you, and I said, "There's Scooter right there," and she said, "Oh yeah, right." And she didn't learn. Well, you heard behind her. And when she turned and saw you, you said, "Hi, I'm Scooter," and scared the hell out of her.
Oh, that's cool.
But believe it or not, she's like in her late 20s now, and she still remembers that.
Oh, isn't that funny? That's great.
All right, we're going to let you go. Anybody else got any questions, Linda?
No, I'm good. Wonderful.
Thank you for the memories when I went in.
Yeah.
Epcot. It's unbelievable that I saw you here and my mind went straight to Epcot. I'm going.
Isn't that
That's
funny?
the guy.
I literally got an email or a text or a Facebook or something this year. I haven't played Epcot for probably 8 years or so, 5 years or so, and I'm still getting people, "Hey, you gonna be at Epcot tonight?"
Real quick though, what's your schedule right now? How busy are you?
I'm slamming. The next 7 days I'm working. I just went 4 in a row, and I got 7 more. I'm in an 11-day stretch. So yeah.
Stress.
Yeah, I keep saying I gotta. What's that word? No, I gotta learn that.
Maybe you should let your wife set your schedule up for you.
Yeah, I'll be at Edna's today. In fact, if you guys want to come party with me, I got the noon to 3. I don't know who's after me, but yeah,
Cool. Gonna be cold.
on Thursday. So
okay. Well, this year your interview here is going to be on the last Wednesday of February, whatever date that is. I don't even know. My show's always the last Wednesday.
Never mind. I'm not on any of those places by the time this airs.
Yeah, don't go now.
Yeah, that is the weird part about doing these. Trying to remember. Now wait a minute. Now that's not going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, right. People are going to go up. Go. Where's he at?
We should cut that out and see what happens if they show up.
It can happen. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're that busy. I mean, if you have to have a problem in this world, that's a good one to have.
Oh, it's insane. I remember when I turned 30, I said, maybe I got 5 more years. Who's going to want an old DJ?
Well, you know what you can do. And this is just a
I understand the feeling. Who wants to listen to an old babbling old man?
If you're this busy, maybe you're too cheap.
Exactly.
Yeah. Keep jacking it up there until it gets down to the area where you want to be.
Oh, I had a photographer tell me that. Whatever your prices are, double it. That's what he said.
That's true. Even if half the people leave, you're still making the same money.
People, you're still making the same.
Well, you're like the adopted son in the villages from what I can remember, because you're never going to be gone here. Everybody loves you here and they like you to come.
All right. This is not strictly Spanish Spring, but I'm showing this picture with this picture to talk about.
Hey, WrestleMania's here. I ain't seen him for a while. His wife must let him out of the house.
That's the new bridge that's going to go over.
I did see a video this morning, though.
And the reason I'm
about the chainsaw thing.
See this little wall.
And then I saw her video about
see how that wall, how tall it is compared to the old bridge in Lake Sumter, which is very, very
something. What the heck was it?
That's how. Yeah, it looks a lot wider too.
Yeah, it's wider, and the protection barrier between the carts and the cars.
Seems to me about some kind of a kitchen utensil thing. Am I wrong?
It's just to showcase that the villages, when they realize something needs to be improved, they actually work on it. And when I saw this last week, I'm going, oh, I like that. I like they taking a chance. This is a wedding. No, it's not a wedding. This was my attempt to go to the meeting on Morse Boulevard regarding the company they hired to present a proposal to try to fix the problem on the golf carts and the cars. And this is how far I went. It was so packed that there was no way to get in. And by the time I took this picture, there were people here, they left. And I said, all right. But they did have the meeting. Hopefully they produced some report. And I'll get it for you guys next time. But I couldn't make it. It was impossible to get in. It was so busy, so packed. This is Blondies. It's being well advertised. It's part of the Villagers promotion. Blondies is a similar, smaller concept that the Sobras Marketplace kind of stage area. This is going to be built next to the Sharon Morse Recreation Center. I'm going to talk about
Oh, that's it. I'm looking at it.
This is the Sharon. This is where the Blonde is going to go. When I went there, I saw
Moto VAP 2400 vapor steam cleaner.
And you can tell there's a crime reward
all that
sign here. So obviously, apparently it was done on purpose. And I'm glad it was only contained to the storage area. This is where that new area is going to be. This is the Sharon. I'm showing this to show you that sometimes stuff happens here. I mean, I just saw that, and it took my attention. At least, it looks bad, but just to the storage area, and that's the way it goes.
Is her son still living in her house? I don't really know, Marcia.
Remember the picture that I just showed you?
She passed away. I was a member of her Patreon page and a member of her YouTube channel. That's the way you help pay somebody that comes on your show and helps out. She was my
the burn area. Do you have an idea? The yellow fence.
Well, my co-host, she was my co-host for a lot of things. So in order for me to pay her without writing checks out, I become a Patreon member at a high level and a YouTube member at a high level. And that way she was always compensated for coming on the show every month. And then as soon as she passed away, the very next month, whoever took over that channel, they kicked me out. They kicked me out of Patreon and kicked me out of a YouTube members thing. I don't know why they done that, but they did. So there you go.
Now, yeah, that's gonna be fun. I mean, I guess they learned their lesson with Sobras. So. And also that comes to show that some comments made last year with a bunch of people saying, "Oh, the village is abandoning us. They don't take care of whatever's behind." No, they keep improving whatever they can do, and I like that. I always believe that. This is from the paper. This is the Hacienda Hills remodeling that's happening right now. I'm going to show videos and pictures of this area being already under construction. Some of this area under construction, and the middle is where the houses are going to be, but that's still just a parking lot. So that's where the recreation part is going to be at. This was shot last week. There's a lot of movement. The villages kind of.
Hey, Rebecca, how are you?
Everything moves really fast. I'm expecting this to be finished fairly soon. Actually, here on the left is the little tunnel that crosses Morse on there to go to the golf course.
No, you ain't hearing my live phone conversation because I ain't having one. You're watching a video.
And just to give you an idea.
Look at the top left-hand corner. See me moving up here?
The houses are going to be in this park.
I'm just sharing a Wednesday night live video for all those that had all the questions about what is WNL, because we've talked about it once or twice, mentioned WNL, to the crew, to everybody around that follows us all the time. They know what WNL is. But a lot of new people, they don't know what WNL is. They have no idea. And so I thought, well, I'll just, I got some work I'm doing here. As you can see. I got the happy paper. I'm kind of glancing through it for some news articles.
I'm pretty sure they're going to put that. And again, more pictures.
I'm editing things for, I got all kinds of pages here. Looks like an FBI report, doesn't it? With all the markouts in there. I'm editing things for a special thing I'm going to do for Patreon, and I might put it on YouTube members too.
I think they were
I haven't made up my mind about YouTube members, but on Patreon it's definitely going on. Matter of fact, I'm thinking it might have went on today because I set these dates on these things and when they're going to be released, and then I'm done, and I move on to something else.
I'm 100% sure.
So it may have been released on Patreon already.
Richmond and those are selling fast. Wait until this goes.
I don't know who's a Patreon member. I know Wrestler is. Wrestler, do me a favor real quick while you're on here. Go to Patreon and see if there was a release today of a podcast that I did. I think it may have, it may have came out this afternoon.
They have electric racing boats and they have also state boats.
So sometimes on podcasts, I release them on Patreon at 3 o'clock. Videos are at 6, but sometimes
For some reason, they
I
run
get
at
confused
one
and
or
I'll
two at a
release the
time.
podcast at 6.
Yes, they crash a lot.
People understand.
And these are the sailboats. They one side for the slow boat, one side for the.
Did Melody only have one child? One that I know of.
All right. I have a car ride. You want me to show that?
I don't know about the Hacienda Villas. When we used to do this every month, see, that was the advantage of having this show. That was the whole idea of this show. Is I had a northern people, what I called the northern reporters, which would have been Melody at that time. Now it's Jose. And then we had the Lake Sumter Landing area reporters, which at that time would have been Deb, but she's not here anymore. And then Brownwood would have been Sue. So Sue and Deb would kind of cover those two areas together. And then we had
is that because of your
Linda and
you mentioned the Disney train and
Judy for the southern end down there.
You go nonstop.
For everything going on down there, and then take pictures, short videos. I'd put it all together, put it on the WNL show. We'd get together like this, and I would show the pictures, and they would talk about them and what it is, and keep everybody informed with pictures and descriptions. But the truth is, people just didn't show up. I mean, we did all this work, and all. I said, this is a lot of work. It's taking us not all month, but a lot of the month to put all. Then we got to get guests to come on the show to talk about Medicare and whatever the case may be, and doing all that for
I got on these ketone drinks and I
1,500 views. It's you have to understand 1,500 views on YouTube in the YouTube world. And Russell will tell you the same thing. It's a spit in the bucket. It's nothing.
Yeah, it's a company out of Dallas,
especially when I'm watching other YouTube channels here that go out with a cell phone. Nothing, no microphones, just they do it as cheap as they possibly can be. And I looked at their videos. In 2 weeks, they're getting 47,000 views. What the hell? What the hell, YouTube? I mean, come on. So anyway, I just decided I'm going to start cutting things, make my life easier, and this is one of them we cut.
I wanted to ask you one more question, dear.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you if we
Yes, podcast is out. Okay. I couldn't remember if it was this week, next week, or when it was. Okay, so this special podcast thing that I was working on, it's already been released on Patreon. Nobody else has got it.
You to do a benefit for us sometime this year?
Yeah, we can talk about that.
Nothing like putting you on the spot.
I know, right?
Well, it's hard to tell, Laura. I mean, everything's a big secret around here anymore since the third and fourth generation took over. It's all confidential. They can do anything we want to with it. It's be up to the whatever county that is. What is that county over there? Is that Lake or is that Marion County? Anyway, whatever county it is, their commissioners over there will have to approve plans. He could be building a shopping mall. There's nothing that says he only builds homes in a retirement community. There's nothing. He's a developer. That's what he is. So he could do whatever they agree on over there. One would think, and I don't even know where the land is. I haven't paid no attention. Nobody watches anyway, so I quit doing this kind of stuff. If the land touches here, anywhere over there, if there's a little small area of that property that touches the village's property, that means they can add a golf cart trail to run on over there. And if that's the case, then I would assume he would probably just build more villages like he does here, with shopping and rec centers and golf courses and things like that. But I don't know that.
I think I got more out of this than they did.
Yeah, it's hard to get away from it once you get involved with it. It just sticks with you.
Yeah, but as soon as you know the date, let me know. I need to know the date. That's the big thing, is whether I can do it.
Oh, I don't know if we're going to do anything, Scooter. We were working with Scooter about doing a special show and to collect some money for the kids' Wish Foundation this year. But I haven't talked to him. I haven't got contact with anybody for that matter. I don't even know if I'm going to do it.
Oh, you mean as far as collecting money?
No, I mean,
we can do that any time of the year.
I don't know if you guys can see this or not. So that
we do it just like this.
See that?
Swear to God, we just have a bunch of stuff on. People give us a lot of super chats.
I was going to read that article, but you already brought it up. So the village expands deeper into Leesburg with land purchase.
Oh, Heck yeah.
3,200
We
acres,
double it every
south of
year.
Florida Turnpike.
We usually have a wish kit on. and
Adjacent
parents
along
call
County
and
Road
what their wish
48.
was and stuff like that.
Go back and look at our old videos, you know, go back and
Yeah,
look at the video.
subscribe to my channel.
You have a channel?
Those of you that don't know, by the
Yeah,
way,
I got a joke.
I'll just throw it out
It's
there.
sort of a
Scooter
game.
has a
So
YouTube channel.
when Skip gives us a game,
I believe
what
on this
cartoon
video right
mouse
here,
walks on 2 feet?
which is the only video that's got a thumbnail that's green,
Mickey Mouse,
his link to his YouTube
What
channel is
duck
down there.
walks on 2 feet?
Donald Duck.
I think
No,
he's
all
basically
ducks walk
advertising
on
some
2
kind of
feet.
a weight loss drink thing.
You got me on that one.
That's all I've seen on there.
Nice.
So here's the final piece of Scooter, and then we're going to do the game.
Okay, I've got a date. December
The game.
December
Everybody came to the show
20th,
for the
the
game.
last Wednesday before Christmas.
What's that?
This is a channel. We're on a channel.
If you want to go to a professional channel, please don't come to this channel because there's nothing professional about it.
No, I mean, you have a channel, Scooter? Do you have a YouTube channel?
You know, it's funny. I just started doing one. It's Michael Scooter Miller. I just started doing one, and in talking about my ketone drinks, I'm trying to help other people out. So, yeah. So it's in the works. I'm trying to get it going. I'm way
So you get your little advertisement on here. Give us that website again, or that YouTube channel.
Oh, it's Michael Scooter Miller.
Okay.
Miller.
You guys don't want to watch all this,
Buddy,
do
I'll
you?
tell you what, I think he's coming on.
Speed it up.
Okay, since
Some
I'm
of
running
these
the game, I'm gonna go
restaurants-
in the back.
Ow,
Oh, I want that.
me too.
Uh,
You can't
Put our
win
names
because
in.
you're part of the crew.
Pick me, pick me, pick me.
Mixed words.
Okay. Ooh, mixed words. Ding, 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 ding.
You don't know. You don't know yet. It's restaurants in the villages that are all accessible by golf cart.
That's
Okay.
good. That's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Since I'm
Some of
running
these
the game, I'm gonna go in
restaurants-
the
wait
back.
till you watch this. I can't keep a handle on the crowd.
But I don't mean anything. They could be brand new, and I just haven't been there.
I would have a better chance if I was trying to herd cats.
Does everybody have a person?
Got
I'm
mine.
assuming they do. They never tell me. I just assume they do.
I got mine.
Everybody
Okay,
got somebody? I just want to double check. Everybody got somebody? Judy, you got somebody? Wake up, Judy.
I have somebody. I got somebody a long time ago.
Well, I read it to you,
Welcome to
Marcia.
home.
You don't have to see it. Says the villages expands deeper into Leesburg with land purchase. That's what it says.
Blue
And
Hen
it's a story
Grill.
about it.
Oh, that's good. I couldn't get that one
Oh.
fast. Yeah, that's good. You didn't ding, ding, ding.
I was going to say, I'm going to give it to you, but either use
Ding,
your
ding, ding.
name or ding to get in.
Yeah, but we
Okay,
we
that
recognize
doesn't
we
count.
recognize
Do over. Mix it
Southern
again.
drawl.
Mix it again.
And as a matter of fact, the people working on the back of the scene here, if they don't ding, 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 or give me your name, don't flip up the right answer. And just ignore it until they do.
I like to read the, I don't like to really, but
Ding, ding, ding. Carabas.
the Happy Paper has such funny
That's your
articles
thing.
in
You
here.
already got it.
You left, you lose.
It
You
talks
didn't,
about,
did you ding, ding?
I ding, ding.
Yes, you did.
Okay.
let me see,
See, Judy's
find
coming
your
on.
zen
My brain's not
and
working.
better flexibility with yoga on the square. I'm sorry. To me, that's just not news. That's
Does
just
she keep her
advertising the
phone back there?
villages.
Shake your head yes or
This
no.
is just like a private advertisement
I'm not getting
paper.
these today. My
Alright,
brain's
alright.
not working.
Rain set for dazzling
Okay, who got
debut.
that one?
Me.
Judy,
Okay.
I did.
Okay.
The villages will kick off tonight against Zephyr Hills.
I didn't ding.
All right.
Now see, wait a minute, right there, stop.
Didn't make
I've
out.
never
what
heard of that place.
That's the one new in Spanish Springs.
The new one. Yeah, it's the new one.
That's where farm shit was.
But the one good thing about it,
Visited,
it
but
shows
they
all the
put
new
that
homes
on
in here and the
did
prices, so you
oh,
kind of get a
it's
good
nice.
idea what the prices
I went there
are.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, I hear it's a really good one. I haven't
That
been.
Like here's a mossy oak, $4.59.
What was
Two
it called?
J's.
Hummingbird, I don't know what they are. Hummingbird, $4.19.
Is that where 2 J's was at?
Yes.
Oh, really?
and then
Uh,
farm shit,
a
and
begonia
then after about
in
a
the
year,
village
so-
of Newell,
I
$4.59.
am so sorry. I can't be the only one. What
They're all
did
that
you
way.
say?
$4.39, $4.09.
Shed.
Oh,
Farm shit.
You see, here's one for $2.51. What do you get?
Maybe what,
Village
that's
of
what
Lake
they call it.
Denham.
I was going to let that go.
2-bedroom,
but I said,
2-bath
you couldn't let it
topaz.
go.
Did everybody else? hear
Looks
that?
like a patio villa, but I won't swear to that. But anyway, $2.51.
It could be shit or shit. My Spanish is really bad.
All right, what's the next one?
Here's one for 340. Village of Lake Denham. It's a lob lolly. 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 340,000.
And I get this. Oh,
Wow.
Maybe hurt.
they want their dessert.
I'll give you a hint. The B should not be capitalized.
Oh, I must have screwed up.
Yeah, I did. It's the O. O is capitalized.
Yeah, the O should be capitalized, not the B.
Yeah, I goofed.
It,
It ain't O.
See, it's one of them glitches I was trying to tell you about.
Computer over there.
it doesn't matter.
You're throwing us off with that B.
The dog got it right. I don't know.
None of us are getting this.
You
are
can
we?
hear
You're
it.
not going to get it. So just show them the right answer.
Oh wow!
Oh my God.
You can reach that with a golf cart.
Sure can.
Yes, it's right
Yeah,
here.
it's just a story
At
about
least
them
the one
buying
in my
more
home.
property.
I can be there in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Really? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's pretty cool.
After a while, you just kind of get used to it. There's so much property buying around here that you just take it with a daily
Diarrhea? No.
grain of salt. I mean, it's kind of like when Walt Disney was buying all that property down there.
Is a D supposed to be capitalized? Oh no, that's not Dairy Queen.
You want some alien poop to help improve your brain matter?
I know my brain just is not functioning.
Yeah, I got some. I still got alien poop. You guys think that's a joke?
Daryl Steiner.
See it?
Oh, that's it.
Daryl,
You
but
can't
there's
reach
an
that.
L missing.
But that doesn't count. You ding, ding, ding,
There's
ding.
an L missing. Oh shoot.
I'm gonna kill that dog.
I think L was missing. It's like an I.
I don't think
Go
so.
back to what was.
Hey, Mark, how you doing from Iowa?
Yeah, there's no L in there.
Oh, sorry about that.
439 plus a $40,000 bond. Yep, that's probably about right.
So this is.
I just-
I'm even starting to hear stories slowly but surely, not very often, that the $50,000 bond is starting to peep over the corner here and there, and
Island Fin Toasty.
It's just getting up there.
So that's me.
You dinged before me? Did you ding
He
before me?
dinged before you
Of
did.
course. And I eat in that place. I love Fin Pocky. That's on Brownwood.
It is.
They opened a cake shop next to it recently. Finally. It's been built for a year or more.
I've never been to that place either. Sue says I wouldn't like it, so I've never been there.
Oh, why
It's a
not?
Pocky Hawaiian style.
You
How
have to
about-
do a
yeah.
tiebreaker.
I don't have one.
Well, then how about this? How about you guys
Okay,
pick a
somebody's got to
number?
tell a joke.
How about you guys pick a number between 1 and 10? And whoever's the closest.
by the way, if you guys are wondering, I'm watching what you guys are watching. I'm watching it over here.
Lady first, I'll go.
Yeah,
Five.
ladies first.
5.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cheating.
What?
Okay, 5.
5.
What
Judy,
Linda
pick
said.
a number. What? She said 7.
I mean,
Did Judy pick a number?
She
She
says
said
you
7.
said 7? Uh-oh, now I can't see it.
Wow.
There we go.
4. I win.
Jose.
one.
Very good. Who are you playing for, Hosea?
Becky Forbis. Forbis.
Oh, great.
Congratulations, Becky.
You win, Becky.
Jose sells coffee. A portion
Yes.
of it. Do you do this all year, Jose, or are you just doing this during the wish thing?
Well, I did the wish thing to help out, but I do sell coffee during the year.
Make it as short as we possibly can. Wrestler and everybody, thanks a lot. So everybody says,
See you in
goodbye.
May.
See you in a couple months.
All right. That's the end of that. I thought that'd be fun to show you what W&L was. Those of you that's never seen it, don't know what it is. There's a big file on my YouTube channel page. It says Wednesday Night Live. That's what W&L stands for. You can go in there. There was like 36 of those shows, and you can watch them. They're fun, informative. Got a lot of information on there. We did games well, we didn't do them from the beginning, but after a while, we started doing guests. You try to keep improving things. So we started doing guests, and that was hard to get guests to come on every month. And then we started doing the games. And basically all of that was to help get people to come to the show for whatever their reason was. Come to the show for information, come to the show to ask questions, come to the show to play the game. Whatever it took to get you to come to the show, that's what I wanted. And it just simply wasn't working out. Hot job, 2 weeks I'll be down. Well, we'll be waiting for you. No, in 2 weeks I may not be here. Sue's last treatment this year, or not this year, but this will be this month, will be next Friday. And I'm going to get in the motor home, load the car up, and I'm taking off. I'm going north for at least 2 weeks, maybe a little bit longer. So I'm just letting you guys know now, those of you that come to this, I'm letting you know now. So I don't know what I'll be able to do on the road. I'm going to do a lot of videos of the RV and stuff for my RV channel because I don't have really much anything to go on there right now. So I'll be doing a lot of videos for that. I got a couple things I'm going to do along the way. I'm going to stop in Kentucky at some town in the middle of nowhere. It's like halfway between Lexington and Louisville over there somewhere. I got the address, but I just don't know exactly where it is. And I'm going to have some solar update put in the RV. I'm not getting the solar panels and all that stuff. I don't think I need all that for the kind of RV that I do. But I'm getting a couple of lithium batteries put in, charge controller, I think, DC to DC charger. I had to order a bunch of special wire, flexible wire for this. It's up. I've got it here now. Some kind of a special fuse. I don't even know what it is, but it was $169 for a fuse. I can tell you that. And then I also got that other thing. Anyway, it's from a brand name company, and I can't think of the name of it. But anyway, I'll be able to look on my phone, and it'll tell me if my batteries are fully charged or if they're taking a charge or whatever the case may be. And a 2,000 watt converter. I think that's all I'm going to do. And they're telling me it'll be approximately 2 days to do this. So that's the reason why I'm going to have to take the car, I think, because I'm not going to. They said I could stay in the RV if I wanted to. I'm not putting Sue through that, sitting in a parking lot for 2 days. So we'll take the car and we'll go find a hotel somewhere and get out of there for a couple of days and then go back and pick it up and head on up toward Indiana. And coming back from Indiana, or maybe even going up, I'm not sure yet, but that's somewhere up in that area is where the Ark is. And I'm not a religious fanatic or anything, but I'd like to see that, just to see it. I mean, that's a heck of a thing to build something like that, and I'd like to see it and just video it. I know it's probably already been videoed. I've seen YouTube channels of it, but I'm going to video it anyway, and just for my own records, if nothing else, and see what that looks like. And then along the way to Indiana and back, I don't know what I'm going to do other than visiting old friends and some family, and then heading back. And what I do coming back is anybody's guess. I have no idea. Sometimes when I head home, it takes me a long time to get home because I meander. I have never heard of any new home developments with infrastructure bonds except the villages. Well, that's not true, Rose. I know in Indiana there were several new constructions that they were selling bonds for infrastructure. I don't know the reasons for it, but I just know that there's a few. So it's not new here. But I will tell you that in Florida, there's some strange things about property here that you got to get used to. I'm not comfortable, wasn't comfortable with a lot of them myself. One of them was on top of the World Retirement Community there for a long while. I think they've changed things a little bit now, that you owned the home, but you leased the land that the home sat on for 99 years. How that works if you buy a pre-owned home, I don't know. And I asked about that. And he said, well, because we're responsible for maintaining that property, trimming bushes, mowing the grass, all that kind of stuff. And then you own the home, so you have to take care of that. I said, well, I can understand what you're doing here, but it just makes me uncomfortable knowing that you own the property and I don't. I just don't. Who's paying the property taxes here? I don't like that at all. So they've changed some things now to where you can actually own the ground, but then you're responsible for maintaining that property, much like we are here. And what's involved with that, I don't know. Here we have district rules, district supervisors, and things like that, where if you don't take care of your property, somebody will turn you in, and then they're going to come knocking on your door. And if you watch my news reports on Friday, you've heard me report this stuff all the time. People get turned in for one thing or another. So on top of the world, it's probably got its good points and bad, just like here, good and bad. And that's what my news is all about. You already know the good. I don't have to tell you about the good. Just go to any of the YouTube channels around here that's got a thumbnail that's like this. Go to that channel. That's what you want to watch. Go to my channel. I'll talk about some of the good, but I'm going to tell you about some of the bad too. And that's what people can't stand. They can't stand hearing that. They don't want me to bust their bubble. But I'm not trying to bust your bubble. I just want you to know you can't walk around with your head up your ass because shit here does. Whoops, I'm talking trucker talk. Stuff here does happen, and you need to be aware of it. They don't have police departments for nothing. And right now, it just seems like the two biggest problems I see here is one is drunken drivers or driving under the influence. Here, it could be anything because it's a retirement community. A lot of elderly people are driving cars around on pharmaceutical drugs. They think because a doctor says take this prescription that now that's legal, and it's not. But they do it anyway. They don't know it's illegal, I guess, but they do it anyway. And then alcohol. A lot of alcohol sold here. A lot of drunk driving sold here. I don't know what the answer is to that because that's anywhere you live. Alcohol is a problem. And then drugs. Lots of drugs. Methamphetamine. That seems like the number one thing that I keep hearing about all the time is methamphetamine. And I'm not talking about just kids either. Old people, all of them are getting busted for methamphetamine. And they call them homeless. They're not homeless. We don't have a homeless problem. It's just a bunch of drug addicts that choose to spend all their money on drugs and live in the woods. That's what it is. The few people that are truly homeless and need help, there's help out there and they know how to get it. Drug people don't want no help. They just want to sleep on your sidewalk. That's it. Well, anyway, Marcia says, are you and Sue going to be up there for Thanksgiving? No, I don't think so. No, this is September. I said 2 weeks, not 2 months. So there's no way I'm going to go up there and spend 2 months up in Indiana. I love Indiana. I love Indiana people, but we moved out of there for a reason. And Thanksgiving can be snow. And so I'm not going to be there. Rose Crumb says, interesting watching and listening. Well, I just do this once in a while. Like I said, the only reason why I done that was because somebody kept asking, several people, if enough people asked about the same thing, I'll come up with something to try to answer questions. But they were just simply asking, what's WNL? You mentioned WNL. What's WNL? Never heard of WNL. What's Wednesday Night Live? And I thought, well, these are new people. And we put a lot of work in that show. And these are new people that's never heard of it, even though it's in a file. Every one of them's in a file. You can go find them. I even did a video showing you how to get to the file to find everything you want to watch. And, you know, it's there. And that's what the WNL show was. It was fun for us. I thought it was. Maybe it's a little long. 2 hours is pretty normal for that show. I probably could have got it narrowed down to an hour, but boy, we would have had to. The problem is everybody gets to talking. Everybody gets to nitpicking back and forth and going on and going on and going on. And it's hard to keep the show rolling when they're doing that. And so that's what it leads into, and they're trying to answer questions over here on the chat. And so I just quit after a while. I figured it'll just take however long it takes. I'm working on one right now, and it's just getting to be tough. I was going to go live just like this with a guest, not a Wednesday Night Live show, just a regular type show. And I was going to let you guys know days ahead of time when we're going to do it and what time and so on and so forth with the Medicare guy. And I believe there was another guy involved in it that knows exactly how our Villages Hospital got a 1-star rating. And they're going to explain the process of what they go through, what they look at, how they grade you. I don't even know, just stuff. And we're going to do that. And so far, I only gotten one email back from the Medicare expert. He's busy this time of year. I know he likes to do a show this time of year because this is October, I think, is when you can change your Medicare to different plans. And so I figured we'll just put the two together. You know, the hospital and Medicare goes together. We'll just do a show together. And so I'm trying to get him to call me back or something to set this thing up. I can't wait till the last minute and do this. And he sent me one last night saying that I said, call me as soon as possible. And he sent me one last night and it said, it had a thumbs up. That's what it was, thumbs up. I ain't heard anything since. So I don't know. And I can't wait till the last minute. So if I don't hear from him by Monday, then the show's not going to happen until I get back. I was trying to get it done before we left. So this is the stuff you run into. It's just like a call-in show. People love the call-in show, but just like I asked you right there, it says, anybody want to call in? Nobody wants to call in. They love a call-in show, but nobody wants to call in. You can't do that. I don't. Anyway, it gets frustrating. And so when I don't get reactions, I just say, well, I'm not going to do that anymore. It just fell apart. Just like I thought the after news. Remember we tried that? I did it for 3 weeks in a row. I was going to call it Skip the News. So we have news on Friday, every Friday. Right after the news, I was going to go live just like this. And we were going to discuss anything you wanted to about the news that we just reported. Anything you wanted to. And after 3 weeks of trying to do that and keep everybody on track on that, I quit doing it because it was a waste of time. People wanted to talk about developer and what are they building over here. And I heard about the bridge over there. And that has nothing to do with the news. And so I finally just said, I'm not doing it anymore. Brand White, Skip, love the show. Well, appreciate it, Bram. This really ain't a show. This is just a bullshit session, really. Just trying to explain what WNL was. That's all. Kevin K. Okay. Well, I'm gonna get up there eventually, Kevin, because as you know, our oldest son and our only grandson lives up around there, and so the grandson lives in Ocean, and then my oldest boy lives in Fort Wayne, and so I'll get up there. Problem is with the RV, I don't know where I'm gonna park. I know Johnny Appleseed's up there. Actually, it's in a good spot for Fort Wayne, but I don't even know if it'll be open when I get there. I mean, it may not be open. It may be full. I'm not big on making appointments, so I got to be able to park it and plug in and all that kind of stuff. So we'll see. If not, I'll park the RV. No, I can't. So you can say, well, you just park and go to a hotel. Well, I could do that, but you can't. A lot of hotels don't allow you to park your RV there, even though you're renting a room. So, and it's big and you got a lot of room. I don't know. We'll see. Who wants to contact me, Marcia? I'm just reading what Wrestler said here. Greg's internet is probably down. Well, Jerry, that I stressed that point just when I talked to him in person. I said, have you got better internet now since the last couple of times you were on? He said, yeah, I've got an office at he's working at some insurance company. And so I've got an office there that has, really good internet, Wi-Fi. He said, and I'll just do it from there. I said, oh, so we're talking about maybe doing a show during daytime hours then. So I need to know this because people that want to come, are you going to be at 7 o'clock at night? Are you going to be at 7 o'clock in the morning? Well, no, it's not going to be at 7 o'clock in the morning. I can tell you that now. But people will want to know this so I can post it and then they know when to come. And I just can't do this the day before. It's got to get set up, So anyway, I'm trying. We'll see what we can do. That's the other thing. Do we always do a systems check before a show? Always. I mean, you have to come on. I want to see it. I want to see how the lighting looks. I want to see how your audio sounds, all that kind of stuff. It don't be great, but it has to be decent. Try to read. Marcia, do you believe this stuff? Do you believe I'm that hard to get a hold of, truthfully? And they're on my contact list. So when they call, their name comes up. So trust me when I tell you, nobody's getting a hold of me. This is all shit is what it is. But they have to have the smile on the face and everything's happy. I ain't falling for that crap anymore. I don't care who I piss off. Yeah, but Kevin, I'll be up there. I'll be up there. Just you have to watch me on the RV channel, because once I leave, there's probably not going to be much going on here with me at all. And anything you see on here, which I do have, just so you guys know, I've got news for next Friday already done and cut, and it's already timer is set for next Friday at 6 p.m. on YouTube, this channel. It's already set for Patreon for next Thursday. Patreon always gets news a day early, commercial free. So you guys are going to get it. YouTube members, I got to tell you, man, it's I don't know if I'll have to take my laptop and see if I can get you up for Thursday. I do have one downloaded for you with no commercials, but I have to put it on manually. If I remember to do it, I'll do it from the RV, and I can't promise you anything. But after that, you're probably not going to get nothing, diddly squat. And that's all I can say about that. I don't know what else I can do. I racked my brains on a lot of this stuff to get it, but did news. Trying to figure out where they're at. I was going to show them to you, but I can't. I've done like 4. News is usually a half hour long, roughly. I've done 4 segments. Each one of them is 4 to 7 or 8 minutes long. And I'm going to sporadically put them out for the week after next Friday. So I'm not going to have a video probably for Monday, maybe. We're definitely not going to be able to do porch setting for Wednesday. So this is my thought of taking some of the sporadic news that's in segments and posting them on a Wednesday, and another one on Friday, and then next week another one on a Wednesday, and then another one on a Friday. We'll see how that works out. I know you guys hate that kind of stuff, but sometimes it's just not that easy to figure things out. It ain't for me anyway. You never know. On my way back home, I might end up going through Hershey, Pennsylvania to get here. I wouldn't go there right now because they got the Hershey RV show going on, which I think is one of the largest in the United States, if not the largest. No, I'm not going to go over there and fight that. I got my telephone hooked up here through the audio thing over here, and I had the volume wide open in case somebody called. And there's a humming in here. I turn it down, it goes away. Huh, that's weird. Okay, I'm about ready to get out of here. No YouTube notification. Boo. I don't know, Jerry. I don't want to tell you. I really don't. That's a YouTube thing. Somebody mentioned a while back saying, you could start a website and take everybody's email and put them on that website. And then you can send it all out to everybody at the same time to notify them when you're going to do something. I said, yeah, I could. That's just more time and effort. And I'll get emails going in and out here every day. I got enough to do, so I'm not doing that. I hate to sound like an old curmudgeon here, but I am retired. I mean, this is my job, but I don't want it to be a 40-hour-a-week job. Everybody's counting the calendars when they can retire. I'm reading it. They got it down to the day. 2 days are important. Retirement day and the day I qualify for Medicare. I don't know, Mark. Sue buys them. It's an ice covered, like an oatmeal cookie kind of thing. That's the only thing I can tell you. And they got this white little kind of like icing on them. I like it when they got a lot of icing on them, but sometimes they don't. Sometimes there's a little icing, sometimes there's a lot of icing. So wherever she gets them, that's what they remind me of anyway, because I don't shop. It's like an oatmeal cookie. She used to bring them chocolate chips home from them stores. Finally, I just told her to quit buying them. Just unless they're going to eat them, just quit buying them. I don't like them. People don't know how to cook anymore. They don't. It's all factory made crap. Soft shelled cookies, and the chocolate chip will have a chocolate chip and an M&M stuck in it. And I'm used to my grandma's chocolate chips where she had pecans in it and all kinds of stuff, and they don't even do that anymore. Well, Laura, you could do that, or you could just stick it out for 5 months. I mean, 5 months. What's 5 months in a lifetime? Nothing. And it's a little extra money you can bring with you. Well, Carol, let me just tell you that if Sue was in here and she'd heard me say some of the things that I'd say, I would have got the old stink eye. I get it all the time. Watch Port Sutton when I'm talking. You'll see it once in a while. Hey, Todd. Ford guy. Are you on your way back? I mean, are you on your way back to the villages or heading back home? I think Ford guy still works. Wrestler, you tell your wife that I said she's lucky to have a man like you in her life. Thanks, Denise. Now, the problem with doing any of those things, if you guys don't travel, the problem is Wi-Fi. That's always the problem. When you're in an RV park, I have never been in an RV park but one time in years that had decent Wi-Fi. None of them have Wi-Fi. That's just amount to anything. And here's why, in case you don't know. They have these things you can buy, and I don't know what you would really call them, but you can install them in your car. You can install them in an RV. That's where they're most popular at, to where it'll reach out and it'll boost your Wi-Fi signal. Well, all it's really doing is grabbing signal out there in the airway and bringing more of it into your vehicle and taking it away from somebody else's. And so by the time I get there, because I don't have any of that stuff, the Wi-Fi is really bad. I'd be better off to go to Starbucks. And then I'm leery about that because, you could be hacked. And so I have my own private Wi-Fi that I carry with me, but I try to use it only for uploading videos not doing live stuff, because this live stuff, it just takes so much away from it that, because it's not high speed forever. It goes to a certain point and then they start throttling it down. And so I just try not to use it. No, I will not be going through Carbondale. Appreciate it though. I went through Carbondale once, and people in Carbondale disappointed me something terrible. I bet you 100 people from Carbondale send me emails and stuff saying, when you're traveling, come through Carbondale, we'll meet you and we'll all get together and we'll chat and have a beer. So okay, so I did. Went through Carbondale. Went to people I know here from Carbondale. Recommended this one kind of like bar restaurant thing. I don't even know if it's there anymore. So I went to that one. Let everybody know. You know how many people showed up? Nobody. So when I left, I said, never again. Greendom. Yeah, that was the beginning of it. I got that from one of my Patreon members. Sent me that picture today from DeLuna. Said it was flooded this morning. Had 5 inches of rain down there. We didn't have much of anything here in part of the villages where I'm at. We got a little rain last night, but nothing to really worry about. And that street was flooded. And I was just showing pictures because that's really uncommon here for any street in the villages to flood like that. Not to say it never happens, but in a newer area, it's really uncommon for that. So I don't know if it was a clogged up drain. I don't know what the deal was there, or they just had one heck of a lot of rain. I don't know. So anyway, I was just showing that because one of my Patreon members sent that to me. They send me stuff like that once in a while. And if I think it's important, then I try to show it. Generally, I'll just do like a short little video of 2 or 3 or 4 minutes, explain what it is and be done with it. But today, because somebody asked what WNL was and all that kind of stuff, I thought, well, I'll just kill 2 birds with 1 stone. And here I am still sitting here talking. Bear Creek, girl, thanks for the $10. Since I didn't get to buy you a beer while I was there last August, hey, that's okay. It ain't no big deal. Ain't no big deal. I do appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. Sue has made your room so fancy now. This is my room right here. And I'm really thinking about doing some major upgrades in here. If I'm going to continue doing live stream and doing things like the news, you don't know how much crap I got to set up to do the news. I mean, I got a green screen that has to go across here, all this kind of stuff. And it just, I don't know. I don't know what I want to do, truthfully. I'm not a decorator, never have been. I'm always messing with the audio. I don't even know how many microphones I play with here because I'm always, the audio to me, I think is more important than the video. And I'm always playing with mics because I can't seem to quite get that sound that I'm looking for. And here's a newer one and I'm trying it out. And here sounds one way, but when you watch it on YouTube, sometimes it don't sound the same way. Where's the old frog chair? Well, last I know, wrestler, I took both them chairs out of here, or maybe I should say Sue and Linda did. One chair she gave away. The other chair, I think, is still out there somewhere in the living room. Well, I very seldom ever even get out there anymore, but I think it's out there. And she said something the other day, maybe about even giving it away. I don't know. I don't have no say so around here. I've said it before. Women run this place. I just got my little niche. And this is where I spend most of my time, is right here in the front porch, in the yard. I sometimes wonder why I even live here. I don't go to the square anymore. I don't play golf anymore. I can't go to swim pools anymore. And these are all the things that I'm paying for. I don't do any of it. I don't know what frog hat, Laura. What happened to the frog hat? if you're talking about the hats that was on the chair, the hats are still here. They're hanging up here on the wall, but they took the chair out. Well, I prefer the Lazy Boy chairs too, as opposed to this, I guess you call what, a love seat couch kind of thing. There's a cover on it. I know it looks like it's all messed up on the, so where am I at? Where am I pointing? Like here, see how it overhangs? The chair actually comes down, and Sue bought this. It's like a big, thick, moving quilt, and it covers the whole chair. And here's the question I had was, what's this for? She said, well, it protects the chair. Protects the chair from what? This takes me back to when my grandma, we go visit my grandmother in her house. You guys remember she at the time, whenever you bought a new chair or a new couch or something, they had these custom made plastic covers just for that couch. And my grandma bought plastic to cover every stitch of furniture in her living room. I hated it. You would stick to it. Every time you moved, it'd crinkle and make a noise. God. Now we've upgraded from plastic to this. Steve, why no more golf playing? I got a skin problem now. I've developed, much like when you're in the sun a lot, skin cancer down here is a big deal because the UV rays here are really, really strong compared to anywhere up north. They're even stronger than they are in California, the southern part of California. I mean, I've been both places. It's strong here. You can feel it. And you can almost, if it's a really hot day and you're outside, you can almost feel, how do I say it? You can almost feel your bones heating up underneath the skin. I mean, I feel like I'm being microwaved. Well, and then I don't know if I can show it or not. See here? That's not dirt. Somebody say that. That's what my skin should look like, actually. I don't have pigment anymore. See, the pigment in my arm is disappearing. And also in my face, you can't hardly tell. I know there's probably too much information, but where's it? Oh, here. See a little dark spot like right in here? That's the only pigment left in my face. So all of this is no pigment. And my doctor told me my back's the same way, and my chest the same way, my legs are getting that way. And so I got to stay out of the sun. Skin cancer. I mean, Jimmy Buffett just died of a rare form of it. And it's a serious problem. My dad had part of his ear amputated because of skin cancer. So I stay out of it the best that I can. This is why I don't worry about my diet. People are always worrying about being fat. I could care less. I'm more worried about this. And so I can't get out in the sun. You go to the pool, it's all in the sun. We don't have any indoor pools here. We don't have any shaded pools here. So I can't go up there. And by the time the sun goes down and sets, the pool's closed at 7:00 down here. And you can't go. So golf the same way. You can't play night golf. They close after a certain hour. That's it. You can't go. Squares. I don't really think I can do that either. It's just too much planning, and I just didn't even want to get into it. So I just pretty much just stay here and do what I got to do, and maybe think about moving to another different community. Like On Top of the World keeps popping up in my head, but I got to go up there and check it out first. Either that or Sola Vita. See, I'm thinking more along not just where, but medical. Sue has to have treatments every 6 weeks. We got to make sure that they're set up to be able to do that. They was not here when we first moved here. They are now, but they wasn't then. So Orlando could be a possibility. And if I go to Orlando, Sola Vita is on the list. I've been there before, but things has changed over the years. Somebody told me that what once was Sola Vita, kind of like in a community of its own, like here, that now the whole town around it has built up to the point where it's just a traffic nightmare. you try to stay away from that. At least I do as best that I can. On top of the world, they're kind of in an area of themselves, so they're not. I don't want to say not, but they don't have the traffic problem where they're at, like what you do here. But the nearest shopping town around them would be Ocala, which in the wintertime can be a nightmare. So I don't know. The best hospital around, this is why I wanted to bring the medical expert and stuff on. Everywhere I go, they all tell me Gainesville has the best hospital for this whole area called Shanes or Shands. They say that's the state-of-the-art equipment up there, and that's where you really want to go. So I'm thinking Gainesville, maybe there's a retirement community up there I should think about. And I want to ask these questions, but I can't get them to call me back. We'll find out. We'll find out. Russell says, hey, no Solovita, I do not want to compete with you on YouTube. Well, let me know what house you're buying so I can buy the one next door. Well, that's the way it was, Carol. Yes, you did not own the land that your house sat on. Now, follow me here. This is back when I first went in up there to look at property, back when I was checking things out here, and that's been roughly 25 years ago. That's the way it was then. Today, they have a whole big new section there that I think is different. That you do own the land, but you're responsible for maintaining it on your own. And I'm fine with that. But I got to check this out because I don't know. It's like Solovita. I don't know how it works down there. Do they have an HOA? We do not have an HOA here. Well, yes and no. Let me put it this way. We have an HOA, homeowner association. We have a VHA, right? Villages Homes Association. All of these groups are voluntary. You don't have to join any of them. It's just a group that you can join. It's kind of like a club. I don't belong to none of them. But we are governed here. Each village, each district is governed by your deed restrictions. That's why I always keep reiterating that. Check them out. I don't care what HOA tells you. I don't care what VHA tells you. They're not in charge. The deed restrictions are. And there's meetings and things they have about them, and they can fine you. HOA can't do shit. So that's just how I see it. Now, if you want to join, but you don't have to. Now, does On Top of the World have an HOA that I'm required to participate in? I don't know. Does Solovita have one that I'm required to participate in? I don't know. I got to find these things out. And if I am, how about the land? Do I own the land? Do I have to maintain it? Do they maintain it? I don't know that either. But at the time that I was looking at On Top of the World, which I was actually really considering that place, here's what turned me off to it real quick. It wasn't nothing major. I already knew what this place was. And they used to promote this place a lot by free golf for life. That's all you heard, free golf for life. And I came down and seen the golf courses and all this and that. I went to On Top of the World to check it out. They had one 18-hole golf course at that time. That was it. I'm sure they got more now, 2 or 3 of them I've heard. And it was 18-hole. And you had to buy a membership to play there, even though you was a resident there. Now compare that to here. There was just no comparison. One 18-hole golf course that you play day after day after day, the same course. That ain't for me. And that's what turned me off. And then, of course, when they said you didn't own the land, you leased the land, coming from Indiana, that don't sound right. So, Now, Solovita, I don't know. Golf is not my concern now because, as I've explained, I can't do it anyway. But medical treatments, good hospital facilities, those kinds of things are kind of like, top priority now. I'm getting older. So those are the things I'm looking at. And of course, the budget. But if I sell this home here, I don't really care where I go. It's going to cost me about the same no matter where I go in Florida. Yeah, Laura, you're right. You can't park your cars in the yard. I say that because I got a good friend up in Indiana. He worked for UPS also. He's a good old boy. His name, legal name, are you ready? Bubba. I mean, this is the good old boy he is. But if you needed any help, all you do is say, Bubba, I need some help this weekend. He shows up. What can I tell you? He shows up. Everybody else has always got a reason. Oh, I can't do it this weekend. I got to go to my mom's. And Bubba shows up. So when he heard that I moved here, he started doing some investigating himself because he asked me where I was moving to, and I told him. He said, "We never heard of it." So I said, "Well, there's YouTube channels out there. Just Google it. You'll find it." So he does. He calls me up and he says, "Hey," he said, "this going back a few years ago." He said, "I might buy me a little place down there." He said, "Looks like kind of a cool area." I said, "It's a cool area, Greg." His name's Greg. I said, "But they, I don't think you'll like it here." Why not? I said, because there's certain things that you just can't do here, Greg, that you're not used to. Just like I said, you can't park your car in the yard. He says, "My yard, isn't it?" I said, "Well, it is and it ain't. You own it. You're paying property taxes on it, but there's rules." And I says, "And you can't park your car in the grass. You can't turn your garage into a workshop to rebuild motors in your car and stuff like that." He says, "Why not?" That's all I kept hearing was, "Why not?" I said, "Trust me, Greg, this is not the place for you. You're going to hate it the day you move in." So that's why I find that funny, Lord, that you say that. If your community is deed restricted, you own the land. Yes, we own the land. But there are rules that come with your deed restrictions about your land. Like you can't plant a tree within so many feet of the neighbor's property line. You can't, there's just certain things you can and can't do. And I just simply say those restrictions changes from one district to another somewhat. Um, Especially if you go way up north in the oldest district to way down south to the newest district, the rules change dramatically. Know what they are before you buy, because you're going to be one pissed off dude when somebody turns you in about something you didn't know about. Lake Tahoe, 71. Lead farmer. Or is that lead farmer? Maybe that's lead farmer. I'm sorry. Lead farmer. Sometimes I'm not the best reader in the world. That's why people say that they don't like it when I edit my news, because every now and then, if I don't edit it just right, you'll get a little where I jerk. But wherever you see that, I've edited something there. Trust me, the way I read, you want me to edit it. Oh, thanks, wrestler. Are you trying to say I talk too much? Well, I'm actually plugging the Village's News channel. I mean, I'm 90% of what I put on there is from his channel. And so I'm just helping him out actually by plugging it, by doing it my way. He chooses to have like a website newspaper, I guess. I don't know what you call it, website newspaper thing. And I thought it was a great idea. And I subscribed to that thing, gosh, years ago. I don't even remember what the first year was. And I think it's like $25 a year to get it emailed to you every day. And that's what I pay for. I could be wrong about that. The price may have changed. I don't keep up with all that. But anyway, I did. And I've been a member of his for I don't even know how long. And then one day I thought, everybody else is doing golf cart rides and everybody's doing this and everybody's doing that. And I'm always looking for something different. And then I got thinking, other than this here, there's nobody does news here to show both sides of a railroad track. And so I'm going to try that. I'm going to try it. I didn't realize how difficult the editing part was going to be. That's how far ahead I think. So anyway, I did it that first week and I put it out there. Seemed to go along okay. Not great, but went on okay. So, well, I'll do week number 2. And as time went on, I kept playing with the editing. Maybe I'll do a little of this. Maybe I'll do a little of that. Maybe I'll have the picture kind of roll down, just little things like that. And then I started playing around with the 3D screen stuff, put the desk in front of me. That's not a real desk, by the way. I'm sitting here. I'm sitting here doing the news, and everything you see on there, other than me, all of it's fake. There's nothing there that's real. And I had to learn how to do that. I didn't know. I knew green screen was involved. Wrestler could help me with that because he does green screen. I didn't do it. So I had to play with it. And then first thing I did was a regular picture behind me that doesn't move. It's just a regular picture. Those are easier. I don't have a green screen here on this, but I can kind of give you an idea. There's a virtual background thing here. Whoops. It didn't work. What happened here? What happened here? We try it again. Huh. I don't know. Maybe I had to close this out over here. See, this is some of the glitchy stuff you can get into. And sometimes it works and sometimes it don't. Oh, you know what? Maybe I need to take that down. Where's it at? Here it is. That. Thanks, Bear Creek, for the super chat. Really appreciate it. I really do. See, this is the one thing that I do miss about the WNL show is we did bring in money on the WNL show with a lot of super chats, super stickers, and it helped everybody out. And then, of course, when we did the Wish Foundation thing, we used the super chats and super stickers for a lot of that. And last time we did a Wish Foundation, how much money did we raise for the kids? I think it was like $7,500. And I took it down there and gave them a check. And we did a video showing you guys that your money goes directly down there. It doesn't go to some corporate office in Tokyo somewhere. We take the check. We take it down there and we give it directly to them in Central Florida. So I know where it goes. So let me try that again. Settings, virtual background. Huh. No, wait a minute. That's right. I got to turn that off. I'll figure this out. There you go. It's kind of like that. I don't like doing it with this because see how the headphones are. It even looks fake, right? But look at the background. That's what I want you to look at, the background. Now, you know I'm sitting in my room. All of that's fake. There's nothing back there. Okay. Let me go back and turn that off. Even though, see, some of the virtual backgrounds better than others, and I don't know why that is. Let me try this one. How's that one look? See, it's crisper. Lines are clean. Now, around me, it's not. See how it changes? If I take these off, see how you get that? I mean, it's okay for a shorty, I suppose, but it's not really good quality. So I prefer to use the green screen. Turn it off. The green screen itself does a much better job. It's more clean. So anyway, thought you might be interested in that. I've done the slider thing. It helps, but when you use the virtual on StreamYard, it doesn't get a whole lot better. But the green screen that I use ain't bad. But I find on the green screen, even with the slider, and I can kind of tweak it with the slider, but it's all about lighting. It really is. If you get the lighting just right on the green screen, not me, but on the green screen itself. And I've had to experiment with that. LED lights aren't good. They're more direct and they're too bright. If you have a, I don't know, let me show you this. This is just one. See that? See how the light's not real bright? It's just kind of like, I don't know how you describe that like a studio. I got like 4 of these. And I got uh-oh. Uh-oh. I must have bumped something. I must have bumped something somewhere. But anyway, and it's all about the lighting thing. I do struggle with the color of the light. What's that? See that color right there makes me look like I got a little bit of a tan, which I think is a better look, but I don't know if it's natural. It looks more natural to me. Anyway, it's just crap, just more crap. So that's all I need is just more stuff to do. I think I need to get out of here. I think I've talked to you guys to death. We love the cat. Yeah, and the cats, I got 2 cats. If you really notice, there's 2 cats. And they're fake. I get email about them cats all the time, wanting to know when I got a cat. Did I decide against the dog? And I see you got a cat. I love that cat. I had a cat that looks just like that cat. Now it goes on and on and on. And I appreciate all that. And I'm glad that you come to the news just to see the cat. But they're fake. I hate to bust your barrel, but there's none of it real. And the 2 cats is the one that kind of like, how do I put it? That kind of lays on the front of the desk, and I try to position it where it looks like its paws are kind of hanging down over the edge of the desk. But there's that cat, and then there's another cat that kind of looks like that cat, but he's laying down. And there's that cat. And then, of course, I got the dog. And then the 2 things that some people never notice, well, 3 things actually. The fairy. I always have a fairy in there somewhere during the news where it comes flying out, might land on my shoulder for a second or 2 and then take off. A lot of people never even notice it. Or they won't notice. I did it in only 1 video just to see if somebody would notice it. And nobody said a word about it, and I never used it since. I had a frog, and he was on the floor walking. And nobody ever noticed it. So I haven't used it since. And then the other thing that I do once in a while, only because I like it, I think it's kind of cool, is the gorilla. And he'll peek around stuff and look at you and then go back in. And I'm always amazed that about 75% of the people don't even notice that. So I try to put him in a place where you have to notice him. But it amazes me that they're either not watching or something. I don't know. It's a gorilla, Jerry. It's not a monkey. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe he's talking about me. I'm the monkey. Yeah, Carol, she's probably out there watching. She does it all the time. She'll sit out there. When I go live, she won't come in here. She'll turn the cell phone on and she'll watch. Sometimes she'll make a comment. Sometimes she won't. Most generally, she don't. But she's probably out there watching on her cell phone. What did I eat? The Sky Beach? Gosh, what did I have? I'm a meat and potato kind of guy, or seafood. I love both. I also love comfort. There ain't much food that I don't like. Sue makes it sound like I'm really picky. I'm just here to tell you I'm not. I'm just picky about either way it looks or how they fix it. Listen, I like French fries. I don't care if it's bad for me. I like French fries. But if you make your French fries in the oven, I probably ain't gonna like them. That's what I'm talking about. Don't mess with my food. And I get that all the time. Well, it's healthier. I don't give a damn about healthier. I'm more concerned about this. So I don't know how to put this without sounding like a real dick, but that's just the way it is. If I want a hamburger, don't give me what they call them thing, veggie burgers, or they got a name for them now, a hamburger that doesn't have any meat in it. Don't surprise me with that. I don't want that crap because I'm going to know the difference. You eat what you want. I eat what I want. How's the guy say? You do you, I do me. Well, the news background, yeah. Well, I was on that story, wasn't I? Well, as time went on, and I'm playing with trying to figure this stuff out, how it works, and so on and so forth. I kind of figured out how to get the background that moves. Is that the best way to put it? So you can see things kind of moving around me and back here and all that kind of stuff. Well, none of that's free. I pay for every bit of this, and so I do that. So that's where the super chats and super stickers, and now they got a super thanks. I got a couple of them from some people. I forget who it was. I do appreciate everyone. Oh, gosh, I had the name on the tip of my tongue. I want to say Paco, Pacco, Paco and his wife. I think they got a home here. I get them once in a while. That helps a lot because just what you're seeing here, I pay for this. This is not free for me. The music I use on my videos is not free to me. And the background stuff here is not free to me. There's all kinds of stuff that's not free to me until I get a divorce. And then half what I thought was mine is not free to me. Oh, forget I said that. Oh, gosh. What did I eat at Sky Beach, though? That is a good question. I don't remember. I really don't remember. If I seen the video, maybe I could look at the video and then I could tell you what I had. But just off the top of my head, I don't remember if it was a sandwich, which is usually when I go to a bar like that, that's what that is. Actually, it's just an outside bar. They got a full menu, but I generally just get something simple, like a burger and a fry or something like that, because I'm going to have a couple of beers. So I don't really know what it was. Well, it was my birthday, and well, not on my birthday, but it was just a birthday thing. And usually on my birthday, I'm not here at all in Florida. I'm gone. And Sue said something about, we're going to be here on your birthday. She said, what do you want to do on your birthday? And I don't get that anyway. It's just a birthday. Why do I need to do anything? But I said, well, if I was going to do anything, I said, I'd like to take the whole W&L crew out to dinner, and my way of paying them back for all the time that they volunteer to come on the show and help me out. And she says, well, where you want to go? I said, I don't know. I said, you and Deb went to Ski Beach or someplace over in Leesburg. I'd never been there. And I know who the owners are. I said, I wouldn't mind going checking the place out. And that's how that happened. We all just got together and we all went over there and had something to eat and a couple of beers and joked around a little bit. And that was it. I don't remember what I had though. Must not have been real impressive, was it? One of these days, I'm going to find somebody here in the villages that knows what they're doing because I sure don't. I've tried to figure it out. I'm better. I'm not good at book learning. I don't like reading directions because half the time I never understand what the hell they're talking about. But if I watch somebody do it, I can pick it up like that. I've always been that way. That's why in high school, shop class, mechanics class, mechanical drawing class, all them classes I excelled in. Straight A's all through high school. Get me in a class where I have to learn something by reading, like history. And then we're going to test you tomorrow on chapter 12. I could read that chapter 3 times and walk away wondering, what the hell did I just read? I don't know. Is that a sickness? Maybe. I don't know. But I just can't. I'm not good at book learning. But show me, and I'm pretty good at it. So one of these days, I want to find somebody here in the villages that actually knows. I mean, actually knows, not he thinks he knows, but actually, or she actually knows how to go live on Patreon. That's going to be the deal breaker right there. Once I know how to go live on Patreon, there's going to be some major changes on YouTube. And I've had Patreon email. You ask them, what they do is they email you directions. And I'm reading them. And I'm going, on this monitor over here, I'm setting it up. And then I read it step 2. And I go over here and do step 2. And I'm reading it back and forth. And then nothing. It doesn't show me doing anything. I don't know. I just can't figure it out that way. So I need somebody that really knows what they're doing, and hopefully I'll find somebody that can actually sit down here and show me exactly what I need to do. Then I'll never forget. I do have the golden retriever, Laura. I still have it. I didn't put it up, I think, on last week's news, did I? Or this week's news? And I don't think you got it on next week's news either. But yeah, I do have that golden retriever still. I haven't euthanized any of the animals. But I like using those because I look at a lot of stuff for green screen, and those particular ones that I decided to use is because they're so lifelike. They just look really good, and so that's why I ended up choosing some of those. Sue's birthday is this month. I don't know what day. I should know, I suppose, but like I've said before, birthdays don't mean that much to me. Never did. Holidays don't mean that much to me either. Want to know the truth? To me, it was just a day off with pay. That's all it was. When we had kids, yeah, Christmas and all that, we did all that. I mean, I'm not that big of a Scrooge. We had the parties. The neighborhood kids came over in the parties, and you know, spilt Coke all over the floor and dropped their cake on the floor, and uh, run to the bathroom, and just we did all that. But after the kids all left and everything, the grandkids all grew up, and I got old. It just doesn't mean that much anymore to me. It does. I know it does to a lot of people, and that's fine. It just doesn't mean that much to me. To me, it's just another birthday. I've had 71 of them. This one ain't no different than the other ones. And they said, "What do you want a gift for your birthday?" I don't need anything, and I'm not joking. I just don't. I think I got everything I need. I got a good life. I got a decent monthly income coming in, or at least right now I do, until the economy turns to hell in a handbasket. But um, I got a little motor home we can travel in. I got a decent car. We have food in the refrigerator. I just don't really need anything. And I truthfully don't really have any wants either. That's the difference. Do you want or do you need? I don't really have any wants. Uh, I never did have the urge to travel the world. I never did. I don't feel comfortable doing it at all. I've done it before, and I didn't like it then, but I did it. And the cruise thing, I did try it out once. It was okay, but it isn't something that I would want to do all the time. It just ain't for me. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just kind of a boring person, really. What? Laura, you never noticed a gorilla? Oh my gosh. I thought that would be the one thing that everybody would notice. And I'm always amazed that it's there and nobody seems to notice it. And I know because if they did, they'd put a comment. They say, "Hey, what's with the gorilla? Hey, what's that monkey doing back there?" Nobody seems to notice it. But everybody seems to notice the cats. And I just find that kind of interesting. Beyond Meat. Yeah, with Impossible Burger. That's what I'm thinking. It just came to me. That's what they call hamburgers down here with no meat. They're called Impossible Burgers. Well, I'm not interested in it. Period. I know a lot of people are. Sue's one of them, trying to cut red meat out because of some kind of a medicine she's on. That's what I'm going to tell you. And so that I understand. And a doctor even told her, said, cut the red meat out with this medicine, and you won't have inflammatory pain or whatever you want to call it in her joints. And since she's cut red meat out, she says she's a lot better. Okay. But a lot of people here want to cut red meat out of their diet because they think it's a cholesterol thing. Okay. That's you. That's not me. And so when I eat a hamburger, though, those same people are the ones pointing the finger at me. There's a lot of cholesterol in that, don't you? And I'm thinking to myself, what do you care? You're not coming to my funeral anyway. Life is short. That's true. Eat that burger, eat those fries, and drink your favorite beer because you're going to die with a smile on your face. We live in DeLuna and got 6 inches of rain last night. 6 inches. Had 3 inches of rain 2 nights ago. 9 inches total in 2 days. There was puddles and some streets had too much water during the storm, but as soon as it stopped, it all drained out. I'm just wondering though, DeLunatic Deb, I'm just kind of wondering, what caused that backup anyway? Now I was here during the Hurricane Irma, and it was a ton of rain, as you well know, if you know anything about hurricanes. I mean, a ton of it. I recorded it. I got videos of it. We never had a puddle anywhere here, none. And I lived in one of the newer neighborhoods at that time, like you live in a newer neighborhood now. And I'm just wondering what caused that backup. Was the ponds full and the water didn't have nowhere to go? I mean, to leave quickly? I'm just curious about that because that there was something that you just don't see very much here. The streets flooding like that. But I'm glad it's gone. That's from a favorite beer. Well, here in Florida, my favorite, if I have to pick a favorite out, what do I drink the most of here? It would have to be Yingling lager. I like a lager beer. I don't care for ale, wheat beer, stout. I don't care for any of that. I can drink it, but it's not nothing I could drink on a regular basis. But I do like lagers, all kinds of lagers. It doesn't make any difference if it says lager on it. The odds are I'm gonna like it. So, but here I drink Yingling a lot because it's available, and basically compared to the price of other beers, it's cheap. I can buy a case for something like $15 or something like that. Next one would probably be Yingling Oktoberfest. A friend of mine brought me a case here about a year or two ago, and I still got some left. And he says, because I used to drink Sam Adams Oktoberfest. I like Sam Adams Oktoberfest. And he said, you ever tried this? I said, no. He said, well, I'm going to give this to you. And I said, okay. So I tried it. Not bad. It's not bad. So in my refrigerator out there right now, if you was to go out there and look in it, you're going to see Yingling in the green bottle, Yingling Oktoberfest in a brown bottle, and you're going to see Sam Adams Oktoberfest next to that. That's the three beers that I probably drink more of than any. Or says her dad worked in a meat packing plant and that's what put food on the table. Yeah, you do what you got to do. When I hear about some of these poor people and what they're doing, and I hear other people saying, well, you need to get a better job. Hey, look, you do what you can do. I mean, I didn't start out making $60 an hour like I did when I worked for UPS. I started out after I got out of high school. My first job was working at Brockway Glass in LaPel, Indiana, and they put me in the basement. This factory made glass bottles and things out of recycled glass. So people would bring in truckloads and truckloads of glass, and they had to separate it, green glass from brown glass to clear glass, and it was all in piles. And then it went down in the elevator downstairs. It was ground up into like a dust almost. And then it would be elevated upstairs and fill up these big containers that a guy up there would poke a button, it'd come over, and then it would go into the oven and melt down. And then they would use that glass to make stuff. Well, my first job was, guess what? They made me go downstairs with a scoop shovel, and that powdered glass would come off of this elevator on the floor, and I had to scoop it up and put it back on the elevator. Now, this is back in the early 70s, 71, 72. No face mask, no ear plugs, no nose stuff, no breathing apparatus. You just got down there, down and dirty, and you did it. I did that for a while, and then the guy came downstairs and he said, well, you're doing okay down here. Oh, thanks, Dina, for the $2.99 super chat. I appreciate it. And he gave me, I guess, a raise, not money-wise. He said, I'm going to move you upstairs. He said, you're doing okay down here. He called me kid. He said, you're doing okay down here, kid. I'll move you upstairs. So I went upstairs, right away I get a new supervisor because that's up there, not down here. That supervisor was kind of a dick. And I just didn't care for the guy at all, truthfully. And that's where it probably started downhill with me, was him. And he said, go over there and put on that that suit, that fire retard suit. So I go over there, it's hanging on the wall. So I go over there and I put this thing on. And then there was a hood that went with it. And they told me, he said, you got to have that hood on too. I said, what am I doing? He said, you're going to load the ovens up. He said, that glass downstairs that you just scooped up, he said, it's in that container right there. And he says, when it comes over here, you're going to take this long pole and you're going to push it in that oven right there so we can make product. Okay. So it comes over, door opens up, and then that heat hits you in the face. Oh my God. And it was just awful. But I'd done that for about 2 weeks. And then one day that some kind of a job opening opened up, and there everybody could bid on the same job. It went by seniority, I think. So I thought, I asked my supervisor, I said, hey, how do I bid on that job? He said, well, I have to give you your supervisor. I have to decide whether I think you can do that job. And I give you the paperwork, and then I sign that paperwork and turn it in for you. He said, but I'm going to tell you, kid, I don't think you got it. I said, well, what, driving a fork truck? No, he said, I don't think you got it. He said, you just don't have the right attitude. I said, okay. That was the end of that. I went home. I never came back. And then I went to work for RCA company in Marion, Indiana, where they made, God, this tells you how old I am, black and white TVs, the picture tube. And then they shipped them out to another company that puts these picture tubes in a wooden case TV, with the. So I went up there and done that. And I'd done that for, I don't know, maybe a year. And that was the first year that General Motors got 10 days off at Christmas with pay. My dad worked there and they got that. And they were just tickled to death that they got 10 days off with pay at Christmas. They got off, I think, at Christmas Eve. They didn't go back to work until like after January 1st. My mind says, well, they work in a factory. I work in a factory. I'm taking them days off too. Yeah, I've always been difficult. So I did. And then I had an apartment up there, and I got a phone call one morning saying, it was from Western Union. And they said that my employment at RCA company was no longer needed. And if I had any questions, please call this number and they'll explain it to you. So I called the number, and it was, I forget who it was. But anyway, they said, yeah, we can have they call it something, some kind of a session, and they have to explain why I was dismissed and all this and that. And anyway, I go to this kangaroo court. That's what I call it. And on my side of the table was all the union guys. On the other side of the table was all the company guys. And I don't even know what's going on, really. I'm just sitting there, and I'm looking at the union guy saying, what am I going to do? What do I do here? He said, just answer the questions. And if we don't think you need to answer them questions, he said, we will stop you because there are certain things they cannot ask you. I said, okay. Well, basically, they asked me why I didn't show up for work for 10 days. And I told him. And he looked at me, smiled. He goes, you don't work for General Motors. I said, yeah, I know. I said, but it doesn't seem fair to me that factory worker gets paid as much as he does. We get paid as little as we do. They get 10 days off with pay and we don't. He goes, well, that's not your contract. And I knew all this. I'm just being a smart ass. I said, yeah, I know. Okay, well, whatever. So he looked at me. He goes, I'll tell you what. He said, we'll let you go back to work. We'll give you a second chance. He said, if you promise me right here in front of all these witnesses right now that you'll never, ever do this again. I looked at him. I said, my grandpa always taught me, never promise anything unless you intend to do it. That's all I said. They all got up, they closed their folder, and they turned around and they walked out the back door. I looked over at the union guys. I says, now what? He goes, you better go out and get yourself another job. So I lost that job. Oh, gosh. I was such I was such a hard person to get along with when I was younger. Happy Oktoberfest. Yeah, it's coming. It's coming. And when the Oktoberfest hits the liquor stores around here, I'm going to have to restock up my refrigerator because I won't have that many left, but I got some left. I'm gonna have to restock it. Whistle down. Do that. Do that. And when you make that video for me, talk to me like I'm a 6-year-old. Seriously. Because sometimes I need just that to show me. You go over here and you want to click this. And then when that comes up, then go up here and click on that. I mean, really. And then once I see how to do it and I know how it works, and then also at the end of this, show me how you definitely know that you're live on Patreon. Because I know it goes to a YouTube thing and I can't see. See, on StreamYard here, it's easy peasy. And I can use StreamYard here automatically. And there's like 15 different other flat platforms that'll automatically go live on if I click that button. I can go live on, I don't even know how many because I don't use them. Leineken's one. I can go live on Facebook at the same time. I can go live on some other stuff. I forget what it is. And I don't have to do anything other than click that one button. And I don't know why Patreon don't have a button up here. I mean, for some reason, they're not working with StreamYard, and I don't get it. But I would like to know. Seriously, I would like to know because once I know for sure, and I do it 2 or 3 times and it works out okay, and I check all the boxes on this, about putting up videos and talking and the chat, make sure the chat works over there okay and all this and that. Then I'm seriously going to look into making some changes. Thanks, Dina, for the super chat there. I appreciate that. Oh, she gets the whole month. She gets the whole year. I know you guys think I'm some kind of an ogre or whatever. But after 52 years of marriage, she knows how to handle me. Cindy G, is it September 27th? You guys know more than I do. Maybe it is. That sounds about right. If it is, we'll be having her birthday cake probably up north somewhere with the grandkid, our grandson and our oldest son. Marcia says a cat's neat looking. It is. They just so lifelike, real looking. I mean, and that's what I look for on that green screen stuff. It just looks. There's a lot of other stuff for green screen, but nothing that I don't think that I'd like to have fun with it. I mean, the news is serious. I know it is, and I know a lot of people don't have any sense of humor when it comes to joking around the news. So I try to pick news stuff that I can actually smile at if I want to. Like I wouldn't never get on there with national news and talk about how many people's died now in that earthquake over there or flood. 20,000 people. How do you joke around about that? I'm not doing that. Just to give you guys a little bit of inside stuff. But if I see something on here where a lady was drunk, wrecked her car, called the police, and the police show up and she's naked from the waist down, see the difference there? I can laugh at that. Irving saw the gorilla. See, you guys aren't looking. Irving noticed it. He likes it better than the cat. I just think the gorilla's fun. So I can shrink him to all the different kind of sizes I want. And I usually do it toward the end of the video. So he peeks around a corner or something. I just think it's fun. I like to have fun doing it. I mean, the news takes me 2 and 3 days of editing to do that. And like I said, my reading is not the best in the world. I just do the best I can. And I just like to have a little fun with it. That's all. Bill said he noticed it, but he never made a comment. Well, Bill, you got to make a comment. If you don't make a comment, how am I supposed to know? That's what I've said it before. The comments and all that, that's what leads me the direction that I want the channel to go to make more of you happy about it. You know, if I get enough people complaining about the same thing, then the odds are I'll quit doing that because nobody seems to like that. But if I get 100 comments saying that's cool, I like that, then I'll probably keep doing that. It's just like these live things. You know, I keep an eye on how many's on here. There's only 103 on here right now. That's not very many when you think you got 14,000 people subscribe to your channel and 103 come to a live. What that tells me is either everybody's busy or most people don't care for live. And that's kind of where I lean. Most people don't care for live. But there's some lives that I do better at, like the port setting. The amount of people showing up to that seems to increase from one month to the next. It started out that we were only getting 50, 60 people coming to it because I don't think they understood what we were doing. And what we do out there, it should remind you of a couple of old hillbillies sitting on the front porch whittling, talking about what's going on. That's all it is. But I had fun with it. And so anyway, now we're upwards of, gosh, you guys will have to tell me, I forget, but I want to say that we're pretty regular now getting over 200 people coming to Port Sutton. So it's continually growing. And so I'm going to keep doing it for a while anyway. Jerry Bell says I got a beer mule for that. Tell me, Jerry, who is that beer mule? Go ahead, tell me. New Glara spotted cow. I don't know what that is. Oktoberfest officially started today in Munich, Germany. T. Oz says a case of beer at Walmart is $20. What kind of beer? Is it a glass or a bottle or can? Big difference. I don't buy beer in a can. I'll just let you know right now. I can drink it, but I don't buy it. If I'm buying a beer, it's going to be in a glass bottle or I'm not buying it. Does that sound like I'm being difficult again? Would you buy wine if it was in a can? I shouldn't ask that because I got a buddy, his name's Bubba. He would. Well, you know, Laura, I was just the opposite. I mean, I've always liked beer. I just refrained from drinking anything because of the CDL license that I held. UPS has a zero tolerance on that. And I knew that. And I was getting close enough to retirement. And of course, you think about pension and your medical insurance and stuff. I didn't want to take the chance. I just didn't. I mean, I'm just a chicken. In Indianapolis, because I came home like when my route was done, I had a weird route. I went to work at 6 o'clock. I was expected to be off the yard. If I can remember right, you had to be off the yard in your vehicle moving. I want to say by 7 o'clock. I always went to work early for all the just in cases. What if I have a flat tire on the way to work? You know? So, and then I had to be in Columbus, Ohio. The last 5 years I worked there, I had my regular run up Columbus and back every day. That's what I'd done. And I had to be in Columbus by, I want to say 10:30, 10:45. Drop those 2 trailers and pick up 2 other trailers to bring back to Indianapolis. That was my regular run. And then I got back to Indianapolis. I had to be out of there by a certain time too. I want to say by 1 o'clock in the morning, I had to be rolling. And on the way home, I had to stop. I always stopped at that Speedway, pretty close to the Indiana border area there. And I'd get myself a cup of coffee and a couple of Krispy Kremes. And that's what I would have on the way home. And I get home, by the time I dropped did my paperwork, turned it in, clocked out. I mean, that all takes time. That's an 8-hour day to do that job. So usually by around 3 o'clock in the morning or so, I'm back toward my house. 4 o'clock in the morning, depending on the weather and traffic and stuff. I'm back home. So yeah, that's the way my day went. So when I was up in Brownsburg by myself, that's when I usually would go to Walmart, 4 o'clock in the morning. Best time to go shopping as far as I'm concerned. In and out and go home. So that was my normal day. I never drank. Believe it or not. I might buy a six. At one time, Sam Adams came out with I'm going to say, well, they had a name for it, like value pack or something like that, where there would be like 6 different beers in this 6-pack. The winter beer, the lager beers, the ale, summer beer, all these different types of beers. You can try them all out. I used to buy that and just try the different ones. And that 6-pack might be in that refrigerator. You can ask Sue. I kid you not. There's been times where that 6-pack would be in that refrigerator for a couple of months before I'd get a beer out of there. And I only did it on my day off, Saturday or Sunday. That's the only days. And I just didn't take chances with it because, I mean, if for any reason, at 4 in the morning, it was not unusual to drive through Indianapolis. So sometimes I would take a shortcut through town to go around a traffic jam where somebody wrecked a car on Highway 70 or something, and that's why I have to go around. And I would cut through Washington Street, which goes through town, and come out the other end. And it was not unusual to go through town, and there would be a what do they call that? A sobriety checkpoint. Well, I know they publish it in the paper the day before, but I don't read the paper. I don't know. And next thing I know, at 4:30 in the morning, I'm in this public checkpoint. And they roll your window down. Got anything to drink tonight? Let me see your license, registration, and everything. Of course, I'm the guy standing there arguing with the cop going, I ain't anything to drink. I'll blow. I don't care. I just need to go home. I'm tired. Let me see your license, registration, and everything. Then I'd ask questions. I'd give it to him. Then I'd ask him, what does the sobriety checkpoint got to do with the license and registration? Is this a license and registration checkpoint? Because it seems like to me, this is just a legal reason to check everything without probable cause. I mean, what's the probable cause here? I don't get it. Listen, I understand. I just like to mess with them. I used to know a lot of cops. One cop, his name was Killer Kowalski, he was a state cop. I had my semi truck, and he was the head of a DOT department in Madison County, Indiana. And I knew Killer for many years. His group pulled my truck over one time for an off-road inspection, as they called it. He came running around the truck and jumped on the side of the truck and looked at me and goes, oh, it's you. He said, get out of here. He says, quit wasting my time. Oh, gosh. I'm thinking about ready to call this thing quit. I've talked too much. I think I talk so darn much that people just don't come because they know I won't shut up. I'm entertaining even with my grumpiness, Debbie Robertson said. I didn't know I had any grumpiness. Do I have grumpiness? I used to. Believe it or not, I am much better now. Yeah, Mimi, I can ramble on. I know that. You think this is bad? You ought to become a Patreon member. I post on there stories once in a while. I don't know how many's on there now. A new one came out today, and usually my stories are about other people. I enjoy doing them. I don't know if it's anything really great that somebody wants to hear or anything, but I do them, and of course I do other things on there too. But that's just one of them I do there that I don't think you'll see that on YouTube anywhere. Irving says Dad bought his first black and white TV in 1948. Well, I wasn't born yet, but I sure worked in a factory that had them. And I was there back when things were different. They were getting ready. They were just in the middle of, I was there for a few months, and they were starting to change the assembly lines because it was converting over to color. TVs. And the first color TVs, when I was there anyway, now RCA has other plants that does other things. The first color TV that come off that line was a round picture tube, weighed a ton. So it was they had two different classifications in Marion, and they had to do that. It was always known as a woman's factory because women did a lot of stuff. Probably 80% of the employees there were women that did the factory work. And a study showed that women's dexterity in their fingers and stuff was much better than men's fat, stubby fingers. And so they could do all the little intricate details a lot better than men. So men had the jobs of lifting and pushing and stacking and all that kind of stuff because they had the muscle to do it. Now, back in the day, nobody cared. And a lady that worked in the employment offices, apparently she was related to me somewhere down the line. My Aunt Jenny knew her. All my aunts and stuff worked up there. And my Aunt Joyce, I don't even remember all of them, but they all worked there. Well, this lady, her name was Virginia. Anyway, whatever her name was, she came into the factory back to where I worked, and she come over to me and she says, I just got done talking to your Aunt Virginia, and she tells me that your wife is looking for a job. I said, I think she'd like to find a job. Yeah, and help out. Because when you're young, you can never have enough money. You owe everybody for everything. We didn't have insurance when our first boy was born. We literally stopped at the hospital every Friday on payday, and I gave him cash until the bill was paid off. That's how it was back then. So I said, yeah, she would like to have a part-time job, I think, or a job if she could get one. And she said, have her come up here and fill out an application on Monday. She said, because on Tuesday, we're going to hire 50 women. Oh, okay. So I told Sue. Sue came up on Monday. And then she came home later that afternoon, and I asked her, I said, well, how'd it go? She said, well, I start to work tomorrow. I'm working days. Damn it. I'm working third up there. She's working days. I was hoping we could kind of, but anyway, that's how it worked out. And so that's where she got her job. Shortly after that, that's when I decided I didn't want to work there anymore. I wanted to take the 10 days. So I got fired. Now Sue's working up there by herself, and she stayed there for 25 years, literally until the day they closed that factory down and they moved everything to Mexico. So, life changes, but we just keep moving on. So see what they did back then. Today, people would scream and holler discrimination. You can't have and say that's a woman's job. Well, I don't understand that. I never did understand that. But I'll tell you what, if I worked for a company and they was to tell me I had to follow all these government regulations, and they told me you have to hire females to do these jobs, I would hire women to do some of the most obnoxious stuff just to prove how stupid that law is. But there, it was a man's classification. That's how I got by with it. You hire in on a man's classification, or you hire in on a woman's classification. But here was the trick: a man could say, I want to be hired in here on a woman's classification. And a woman could say, I want to hire in here on a man's classification. Different pay scales too. Men got paid more. A woman's classification paid less. But a woman's classification says you can't pick up anything over, I'll say 25 pounds, something like that. Man's classification, you got paid more money. But it said you have to be able to pick up to, and maybe even in excess of 75 pounds on an 8-hour basis on a regular time schedule. And they did that for 25 years that I know of, and they got by with that. So when I hear these people and these kids and stuff screaming and yelling about some of the silliest stuff that they want to complain about, I just don't get it. That just tells me somebody in their life has not had to really work for a living. People will buy wine in boxes all the time. I know. I wouldn't. That's just me. I wouldn't. I wouldn't buy beer in a box. I wouldn't buy wine in a box. I mean, it's just something about it. I don't even like buying Coke in a can. I will if I'm traveling. But if you watch any of my videos, that refrigerator, you'll see 3 kinds of beers, and they're all in a bottle. And underneath of that will be a case of Coke in a bottle. Well, at Winn-Dixie, I don't know about, see, Winn-Dixie's down here, Mr. Oz, were bought out by Aldi's, and they're in the middle of transitions now. They've already closed down my favorite liquor store that's right next to the Winn-Dixie at the Pinellas Plaza. I like to go in there. It was easy peasy, in, out, and you didn't have to stand in line or do anything. They closed it. They're also getting ready to close all the pharmacies in all the Winn-Dixies. They bought, the way I understand it, they bought all the Winn-Dixies, not just the ones here in the villages, all of them. And so they're closing that down. So you're going to see a lot of changes in your Winn-Dixie because Aldi's bought them out. Laura says her dad made homemade wine. My uncle made homemade, what do they call it? White lightning? Yeah. He just for personal consumption. He only made it like quart jar at a time. He didn't make it by the gallons or a jug or anything. But I'd go to his house all the time when I got older. And he was typical country folk. This is what I remember growing up. And I miss it. I mean, he was one of them, the screen door on the front. You knock on the door. He wouldn't even look to see who was there. He just hollered, come in. He just went in. I can remember I was making deliveries in Fairmount, Indiana. And I was making deliveries. And I just thought, you know, I got time. I haven't seen my Uncle Charles in a while. I'm going to pull off the side up here and I'm going to knock on the door and see if he's home. And I went in there and I knocked on the door and he says, come in. So I went in there and I walked in the kitchen and they were all sitting at the kitchen table. And he said, how you doing? I said, I'm doing good. I said, I'm doing some deliveries. So I just stopped by and see how you and Aunt Virginia's doing. And they were just sitting there eating stuff they got out of the garden. And it was green beans, potatoes. I don't know what combination you call that, but the potatoes are like boiled or whatever. And green bean potatoes, had a little bit of bacon in it, and slices of yellow and red tomatoes on their plate. That was their dinner. And I walked in there and he says, you got time to eat a little? I said, yeah, I could eat some of them green bean potatoes. I like green bean potatoes. And I said, I ain't got time for much else. So I had some of that. And we're talking for a while. And then I looked at him and says, you know, Uncle Charles, I said, I don't think you recognize who I am. And I didn't realize back then that he was coming down with dementia. And I don't think anybody else did either because he looked normal. He talked normal, but I think he was just starting to have a touch of that. And he looked at me and goes, I don't believe I do know you. I says, well, goddamn, Uncle Charles, I knock on the door and you say, come on in, sit down, have a bite to eat. And you don't know who I am? He said, hey, I'll do that to anybody. I'll give anybody something to eat. That's the way that I remember Indiana people being. And today, with all this rhetoric and this arguing and this stupid stuff going on, I don't think my grandchildren and my great grandchildren are ever going to know the world that I knew, and that's a shame. It ain't that it takes that long for your comments to go through, Mr. Oz. I am so slow. I try to hit every comment so not to leave anybody out because they'll yell at me. So it took me this long to get down to your comment. I don't know if what you see is what I see, but what I see is next is Laura telling that her sister sold her dad's wine making equipment. You know, Laura, real quick, there's a club here, and they used to be up at the Spanish Springs. You need to ask Sue about it because I don't know if it's still there or not, but it was a club, and you went to this place like every week or something, and they teach you how to make wine. And they got a storage room up there. They put your wine in a barrel or something so it all ferments, and it's a club. It's many people does this, and they teach you how to make your own wine. It says we blow right by checkpoints and way stations. Well, toward the end, I did too for UPS because a lot of people, truckers will know, large companies like FedEx, UPS, and that kind of stuff, you don't generally see them behind way stations being checked and whatever. There's like a agreement there somewhere. They don't mess with those guys. It's always the owner operators basically. I'll tell you another one you never see behind the way station being inspected: cattle haulers, or people haul animals. They're not crawling underneath that thing, looking at the brake. They're not. They ain't going back there. So I find it kind of amusing, really. Miller time. Yeah, I think I might get one. I ain't had one. I ain't had one for a few days now. Last night I took one of my Cokes out there, and I took a couple of drinks out of it, and I poured a little bit of I don't know what it is, but Sue says it's expensive, some kind of high dollar whiskey, and I poured it in my Coke, and that's the first time I've had one of them. And gosh, I can't tell you how long. Somebody asked me one time, says, "What kind of whiskey you drink?" I don't drink whiskey. I just don't. But if I do, I guarantee you it's mixed in with a Coke, and I know that's sacrilegious to a lot of people. So whenever I go to somebody's house and they say, "Hey, let me make you a mixed drink," and I always tell them, "Hey, look, give me the cheapest stuff you got, the stuff that's so cheap that you just don't even think it's drinkable. Pour that in a Coke, and I'm good." Because don't waste your high dollar stuff on me. Chet A in the 850 member for 8 months. Thank you, Chet. I just got notified right there. That's what I see. So, oh, Sue's on here. See, I told you she was on here. Brother-in-law from Cincinnati used to bring moonshine for dad. Yeah, well, I'm going to say Kentucky. He's right there at the border, ain't he? You just go across that Kentucky border, turn right off of some little 2-lane road. Guarantee you, you'll probably find some moonshine somewhere. Used to have a neighbor over here. He's from New Orleans, and once a year he went back to New Orleans to visit old friends. And every time he came home, he brought a gallon jug of moonshine with him. He'd invite me over. Come on over for a drink. So, man, I can't drink that stuff. I just can't. It's and he goes, "No." He said, "We won't drink it straight." He said, "But I'll tell you what moonshine's good for." And I said, "What's that?" He said, "It makes the best Bloody Marys." I got to thinking about it. I'll try that. He's right. It makes a really good Bloody Mary. Yeah, the internet's good in a lot of ways, bad in a lot of ways. It's just like this here that we're doing right now, and I'm talking to people all over the United States here. I find this fascinating. When I did WNL, which I know most of you don't even know what that is, but when I did WNL, I had people on here on our show from Australia, England, trying to think where some of 'em- Canada was always around. I mean, live on the show, talking. I don't even remember where they were all from. But we had them from all over the place. We got a guy on here right now is from Costa Rica. I just find that part just being fascinated. Yeah. When was the last time you ever heard anybody say anything? I can't call them anymore because it's long distance. We don't have that anymore. And it's, to me, it's just amazing. Yeah, I don't understand it either, Bill. I just don't. I don't get all this back and forth, and I don't want to get into politics and stuff, but I just don't get it. I was joking with a lawyer the other day, and after I got done, I got to realizing what I said was as a joke, but I really meant it. And so it really wasn't a joke. I just hope they took it that way because I don't want to offend anybody. But the question was, what do you think of all this arguing back and forth between the Democrats and Republicans? Like I said, I don't want to get into politics. I'm not bringing that up. But what I said is, let me tell you what I think my opinion is about what's happened to America and what's wrong with it. Mostly, all this trouble can be blamed on lawyers. Lawyers is causing all this because we have nothing but lawyers in office. They pass the laws. They pass so many laws about so many things that if the police can't arrest you on this law, they can charge you with another law. They're arresting people down here on DUIs that when they do a blow test, they're blowing Nothing. But they still charge them DUI because now they say, well, they're on some kind of prescription drug or whatever, which is probably true. I'm not arguing about that, which is probably true. But they're innocent until proven guilty in a court of law. And so they use another law to charge you with that. And if they can't get you with that, then they'll say, well, reckless driving. See what I'm saying? There's so many things back and forth. It just starts arguments. So now you got to get a lawyer, another one, and go to court. Lawyers are the problem with this country. They sue everybody for anything because look at your phone on Facebook, for example. I don't go to Facebook hardly at all anymore. But you go to Facebook and you get in. Have you signed up for the what's that grass killer stuff called? Guys, I can't think of the name of it. Anyway, because some company somewhere is suing this company for billions of dollars because this spray has been known to cause cancer. Well, this is what I'm saying. We used to call them ambulance chasers. You know, it's just arguing, constantly arguing back and forth. And who's really profiting from any of this? Lawyers. That's your problem with this country. Lawyers need to be taken to task. There needs to be some kind of a regiment set, some kind of law set, some kind of credential set in place that if a lawyer brings a frivolous lawsuit in front of a judge, the judge can throw it out and charge that lawyer for wasting his time and give him some kind of a penalty of some kind, whatever it's worth. And I don't know. I don't want to really get into all that. That's just my take on a lot of it. Lawyers is the problem. Roundup. That's it, Jerry. You're right. Man, Jerry's got a brain, boy. Wait till you get to be my age, Jerry. You're going to lose all that. I do, Kevin. I mean, I'm not saying I don't. I do. We get the guy from Costa Rica's on there a lot, and then there's another guy, and I can't think of his name either because my brain's is turning into crap. He's usually over in the Saudi Arabia area. He's an American. He works for an American contractor over there doing some kind of secret work, I guess. I don't know. But he's over there and he watches and gets on once in a while. And I can't think where everybody else is at. I have a hard time remembering where I'm at. But yeah, they're and I just find that fascinating that this exists to do this. In my day, I couldn't even call a person when I lived in Pendleton. I couldn't call the people at the end of our street without calling long distance. And that ain't no kidding. It was cheaper to walk down there than call down there. Any RV projects? I'm working on them. I got the lithium batteries. I got a 2,000 watt converter, a DC to DC charger, because I guess you got to have that to use your alternator to charge the lithium batteries. I got some kind of a thing that I can just get what the guy tells me to buy. I don't know what half of it's for. And anyway, it's so that he says, do you want a meter to be able to see how much charge is in your batteries? Well, when he says that, my mind says, yeah, I'd like to have a little meter mounted somewhere where I can just look at it, go, I got 75% battery life left, so I'm okay, you know? So he said, well, order this. He sends me a thing from Amazon. I said, okay, so I ordered it. $189. I'm thinking, God, that's a lot of money for just a meter. But I've never had lithium before, so I don't know. Well, then I find out, oh no, this is it's not Renergy. It's that other big company. I can never remember the name of it. Jerry will probably tell me here in a minute. But it's not Renergy. So anyway, so when he hooks all this stuff up, I have to be able to go to an app, which I've already downloaded, by the way. And then I can log into this app somehow, and I can look on my phone, and it'll tell me how much charge I've got in my batteries and stuff. I didn't really need all that, you know, because my mind says, well, what if my phone breaks? What if the battery goes dead? What if, you know, I just wanted the meter. So anyway, I already got it, so we'll do that.
And I'm on my way up to Indiana. It's in Kentucky. I got to stop, drop the RV off for, I think he said a couple of days probably. And so that's why I'm going to take the car. So me and Sue can take the car and go somewhere around there. I don't know where, and get a hotel room for a couple of days and experiment, or, you know, look around and see what kind of trouble we can get into. You know, we'll go to the local college bar, so I can lie to all them kids. I can tell them about all the times that I was in college and some of the stuff that we done, and I'll make up a bunch of stories about it. I've never been to college in my life, but they don't know. Our employer is trying to buy only pesticide-free wheat for our pasta plants. Pasta plants. I'm not sure what a pasta plant is. Am I lost here? I take words for what they are. Are you talking about things like basil and stuff like that that you put in your pasta? Roundup contains, yeah, which is also used on wheat. I'll take your word for that. Farming has changed so much. I didn't do grain farming. I just want to make that record clear. When I say we owned a little farm, which we did, I never grain farmed. There's several different kinds of farming you can do. What I did was uh, we had a hog and cattle farm. We raised them for meat. And on hogs, we did what's called farrow to finish. In other words, we bred our own hogs with our breeding stock. We had farrowing pens, and no, we didn't have these little wire cages that the mama goes in and how, you know, people don't hate them. I didn't have them, even though there's nothing wrong with them, but I didn't have them. We had regular pens. There were probably at that time, I'm going to say 6 foot by 8 foot square, and each sow, that's the mommy pig, went in each one of them, and we could monitor her food and water separately. So if something got contaminated, it didn't affect everybody. It just affected that one pen. And that's the thing you have to watch out for. And when the babies were born, we kept them in there, if I remember right, with their mother for 5 weeks. And then the sow's taken out. She's taken back into I'll call it a herding pen, so she could rest and dry up. And we fed them different food back there. It had a lot of minerals in it, a lot of soybean meal, molasses, stuff like that. It kind of chunked them up a little bit, and you can see the difference in them. They just felt better back there. And after they were back there for a while, it was all timing. We had a book with numbers and the pin 1, pin 2, pin 3. And then when it come time for them to be bred, then we would move them over to the breeding pen where Samson was at. And Samson was just always ready. You know, he didn't care. He was just always ready. And that was his name, Samson. And that way with the barn where they give birth, because we only had so many pens there, it was a constant rotation of going in and out, in and out, in and out. And then the babies would go into a pen where we gave them special food until they got up to, I want to say 50 pounds. It's been so long, I forget. I'm going to say 50 pounds, 40 pounds, 50 pounds. Then all of those was taken out as a group and put on what we call the feedlot. And that's where they had all their food until they got up to prime weight back then for top dollar was 220 to 250 per hog. And we would load them up. And at that time, Emge's was in Anderson, and we took them up to Emge's and we sold them, took our check and went home. And this is pretty much what we did every month. So the cattle, we raised them from babies, and then we raised them up to what we would call feedlot weight, which is usually around 600 to 700 pounds. Then we would load them up
and either somebody had already bought them to take them and put them on their feed lot because I didn't want to feed them out, or we would take them down to Knightstown Sale Barn, and the buyers were down there. They was always in the front row, and we would load them up. But generally speaking, when you would bring in feeder cattle from the back where you unload them, the buyers were standing back there, and as they came off, they would look at it. And as you'd walk in, the guy would say, "Hey," he said, "You want to sell all them right now?" And that's pretty much what I would do. I knew what they were worth. They'd offer me a fair price. I'd say, "Cut me a check," and that would be the end of it. So that's what we did. I bought all my grain, and here's how I bought my grain. I worked for a big farmer part time, used my semi truck to haul his grain to the elevator, and so when harvest time came around, that's how I got my pay. I didn't want cash. I wanted the grain. And so he would pay me in bushels of corn, bushels of soybeans. That's what he raised, corn and soybeans. He didn't raise anything else. No wheat, none of that. And I would put it in what's called a grain bank at the co-op. So when we went in with a trailer load, let's say it was 1,000 bushels on my trailer, and that was going to be my payment for something I did. I'd say put that 1,000 bushels in grain bank under my name, and it was there. So whenever I went up and I wanted to get like 4 or 5,000 pounds of grain ground up for feed for the hogs or whatever, I used the grain that was in my grain bank. So I didn't really pay for it, but I worked for it. That's what I did. Now I know why Sue doesn't eat pork. It does affect you. It does. Because all of our animals we raised on the farm, and I tried to deter the kids from doing it. They're the ones that started it. They would name them, and especially the babies out in the pig barn. They'd go out there and pick them up and pet them, and so you got to watch them sows. If that baby squeals, you drop it. A sow will come and get you. And but they they made especially the baby calves. When the baby calves were born, all the cows were tame. They didn't bother. They didn't care. It wasn't unusual to see one of the boys out there sitting on one of the cows that was laying under a shade tree. I mean, they just didn't care. And they made pets out of them. And then when you'd have to sell them, it does get kind of tough. But that's just the way the businesses is. As farmers, that's just what you got to live with. Chicken pasta. There ain't no such thing. Well, chickpea. I don't know what chickpea is. Lentil. Mm, it's a funny word. Lentil. Hey, Dave. We named them and ate them. Well, that's kind of me. Maybe that's why I'm a little hard on things today, because I'm just used to it. Uh, if we had a cow that was a little sickly, or they don't, they're animals, they get sick. You weigh it in your mind. You have the vet come out and look at it. We had a great vet come out and look at it, and he go, "Well, she's got some kind of a lung infection, having trouble. So I can give her these shots of this or that." With no guarantees. And with an animal, you got to make a split decision because an animal can get sick at noon and by 1 o'clock be dead. I mean, that's how fast they'll go down. And he would come out and look at him and he'd say, "Well, she's pretty bad. So I'll do the best I can do if you want me to." And I said, "Nah, that's okay. Because I know this is going to cost me back then a couple $100 to give her all this medicine treatment. I'm going to take her down to the Nicetown meat locker and I'm going to turn her into hamburger." That's the business decision you got to make. And so we did. Who are you talking to, Jerry? Whose bachelor party? Well, I'm going to have to get back to work here and get some of this stuff done. That was the only reason why I started this, was to let you guys watch a W&L thing with everything edited out of it. Notice there was no commercials. That was a whole new thing. I edited it and I made it for no commercials. That was just for you guys. I think I got this done. And then I got a couple. I'm going to do I think I'm going to edit a top 10. I got 2 more left. And then after these top 10s, I'm going to watch just so you guys know, I'm going to watch the view on them a lot. And if the view count don't go up any better than what they've been on the last 2, then this will be the last 2 top 10s, and we'll move on to something else. Or I'll just quit doing videos altogether, period, and just find something else. I don't know what. I'll do the porch setting. That's easy peasy for me to do. No editing there. And the Friday news, a lot of editing, but I kind of enjoy doing it, and people are watching it. So as long as they keep watching, I'll keep doing it. But the top 10 seem to be losing steam. Everybody is watching the Dave Letterman show. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Damn it. I need a bigger desk. It's long enough, but it's only about, we'll take a guess here, 24 inches wide. I really need something probably 36 would be here. I could probably use something 36 inches wide, and if I got rid of that thing over there, 36 inches wide and 8 feet long. This one's 6 feet long. Just talking to myself. Nightingale, I ain't seen you on here for a while. Thanks for coming by. Well, Bill, I'm not planning on stopping anything. It's all up to you guys. I've always said that. I watch the views. If the view count continually goes down or gets stagnant, then I just quit doing it because there's no reason to. I can't keep doing this because 100 people want to see it. It's just that simple. I think I've been talking too long. David said it'd be a month before he'll be back. Shoot, Dave, I thought you was already retired. Maybe not. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. Stupid pet tricks. Let me tell you something I thought about doing. I really did. I already thought about doing this. I actually thought about lining the back here up, move everything out of the way, lining the back up here with chairs and seats and everything else, and have a bunch of YouTubers and a bunch of people in the villages come to my house on a certain day. I'll set microphones up in different places the best that I can and do a live show of just a bunch of us talking to a bunch of you about a bunch of stuff. I thought about doing that. Too bad. I'm sorry. Didn't realize. Well, as we get older, things pop up. I hope he's okay. Well, in my mind, Mylan, yeah, my mind says that's a good idea, and we'll have fun for an hour or two. We'll just ramble on, and have some drunk, everybody a beer, a glass of wine, and we'll just have fun and do the best we can do, and answer questions that you may have about their channels and all this kind of stuff. But to do it is so weird. I mean, it's just like it sounds like a great idea. Everybody will tell you it's a great idea, but then you start getting a hold of people saying, "Hey," you send these emails out. "Hey, would you be interested in doing it?" 2 weeks later, they don't answer your email. You send another email to somebody else, or maybe you send them out to 6 people. Out of 6 people, 3 of them answer, half of them answer, saying, "Well, what day you want to do this?" "Well, I don't know what day. You tell me. I'd like to do this within the next 2 weeks. Anytime within the next 2 weeks." "Well, I can't do it on Wednesday because Wednesday I got my poker game from 2 to 4. This is what goes on with each and every person, and I'm writing this stuff down, trying to pick a day that everybody can make it. And after a while, you're just like, "Oh, the heck with it. I ain't doing it." Yeah, that's probably right, Chet. That's okay. They want to go ahead. They've taken everything else away. I have nothing left anymore. Ah, you're in St. John's. Yeah, I know the area. Right off of 301 right there. You ain't too far from Oh Shucks. Saturday Night Live, yeah. It was just something I thought of a while ago. I was reading my emails, and I got 2 or 3 last week, and I don't even know what spurred the emails about it. And I got like 2 or 3 the week before that, about WNL. So what's WNL? I've never heard of WNL. What does that stand for? Is that something special? I said, "Well, it's Wednesday Night Live." I said, "Have you been watching my channel?" And it's usually somebody new. And no, I've only been watching about the last month or so. Really like it. They always say that. And I was, "Well, it's Wednesday Night Live. That's what WNL stands for." And then they'd send me an email back saying, "Oh, I should have figured that out. I never thought about that." And I said, "Yeah, it's a show we did. Why do you not do it anymore?" And I'm going to this explanation saying, "Well, because people just wasn't watching. It was just a lot of work, and I just decided not to do it anymore. It's not that I'll never do another one. I'm just not going to do it on a regular basis anymore. Too much work." And they said, "Oh, that's too bad. I'd like to have seen it." And then, I got this 2 or 3 times to the point where I thought, you know what? I'm just going to edit one of my WNL shows. And I just happened to pick the last one. And that's the one that had Scooter on it, which is like one of the top entertainers here in the Villages. And we talked to him. So I thought, well, I'll edit a lot of that stuff out. I'm going to show kind of what a WNL show was, a little bit of the beginning, the intro, a little bit of our blah, blah, blah in the beginning of it. And then it gets to the Scooter interview, kind of like talk, and then show the game. Got to show the game of what it was. And that kind of give you an idea of what the WNL show was. Except that every show have a different guest of this and that, but that's what it is. I just thought that'd be the easiest way. I'll do it live. That way, while they're watching the show, I can do some editing. That was the thought. As you can see, I got like no editing done. Oh, who we got here? Bill Wash, $20 super sticker. Thanks, Bill. Appreciate it, buddy. Appreciate it a lot. But that's the one thing we did lose by quit doing that show was once a month we got a regular stream of super chats and super stickers and things like that, which helped finance the show. And we lost that part of it. It's hard to recapture something you lose, but that's what we did. We lost that, and it did hurt, and it still hurts. But some of my followers that follow us all the time, they know, and they help out the best that they can. That's why I say that my Patreon members, my YouTube members, if it wasn't for them right now, I'd have to dig pretty deep in my pocket for all this stuff that we got to pay for. But I'm not whining or complaining. Don't get me wrong. I'm not begging or anything like that. I'm just telling you how it is. Barbados, we miss WNL. I know you do. And it's too bad that the views, and I showed you on the video when I showed how to go to the files. I went down to the WNL list and I showed exactly what I was talking about, so you guys would know. Some of them shows have been on for 2 and 3 years, or 2 years, 1,600 views. That's embarrassing. It really is. It's just not good, or at least it ain't for me anyway. Yikes! Snow. What? Barry says, I don't have to move to the villages. It's moving to me here in Groveland. Ain't that the truth, Barry? Seems like every time you turn around, it's like, geez, it never ends. This is like a cancer. It just keeps spreading. And I'm sure a lot of the locals, that's the way they look at the villages. It's like a cancer. But I don't know what to tell you. I mean, I'm not in charge of none of this. But this ain't the retirement community that I moved into. And the people that live up in Spanish Springs, the ones that are still alive, I'm damn sure that this ain't what they expected either. I'm trying to find that. Where she says, Glenn, yikes, snow. Where's Glenn? Got our first snow here on the high peaks in. Oh, you're in Colorado. Well, you guys kind of expect that, right? See, if you like snow, and I got some friends that live in Michigan, upstate Michigan, they all have cabins in the UP. All them people up there do. Matter of fact, General Motors on opening deer day of the season, when I used to go up there for General Motors all the time, they just got to the point they just closed the factory down the opening day of deer season because they know that half the people's going to call in sick. They're not coming to work. They're going to go deer hunting. And so those people up there love their cold. They love their cabins in the winter. They love ice fishing. They love deer hunting. And I'm not sure what other kind of hunting they do up there. Maybe bear. I don't know. And they love snowmobiling. That's a big deal up in the UP. Love it. You're not going to convince those people that they need to move down here where the palm trees grow. It just ain't happening. They love it up there, and that's fine. Actually, in the long run, I'm thinking maybe they're better off there than we are here. Yeah, Dave, I know you've been around for a long time. Your name's one of those that we really recognize. Yeah, make sure you get the golf cart garage. I don't even care if you don't plan on buying a golf cart. I can't. I mean, if you can afford it, of course. But just that extra space there for storage. You've heard us talk about storage here as a problem for every home. And you have to do things to make storage go further. Like we had Jeremy do our custom closet thing to put actually more stuff in the same closet. I know a lot of other people's done that. It's not a bad idea. Some people will take their lanai and put all kinds of stuff out there in the lanai to store things. It's not a bad idea because you can't have things outside to store things in. Shelves in the garage. I did it. Cabinets you can hang on the wall. I did it. I mean, you do the best you can do with what you got, but is it ever enough? Not really, not compared to what we had. And everybody's the same way. Wherever you come from, I'm sure you had storage buildings outside. You had all this extra stuff and everything else. And when you come down here, that's going to be a problem. I think I'm about ready to wrap this up. Sold a home in Rhode Island at the right time in 2022, and that is how we afforded it. It's all about timing, ain't it, Nightingale? It's just like here, when I think about it,
We bought right. I bought before COVID. And right after COVID, I've almost doubled my money. But I get to back to the same questions. If I sold it right now for a really substantial profit, like a lot of them have, it's the only house I got. If I had another house that was an investment home, I would actually sell it to take that profit and put it in the bank because I already got a house. But I don't. This is the only one I got. That's the difference. So if I was to sell this house, where am I going to go to make any money? None. Not unless I want to go back up north maybe or something, and I don't want to do that. So I'm stuck here. Yeah, I guess maybe after we're gone, our kids can cash it in. I don't know. Who really needs extra stuff? Well, that's where you got to make the decision, Bill. Really. Uh, until you get there, and you have to really make that decision. Listen, when I moved down here, I already knew about storage and the problems. I had motorcycles. I had hydraulic motorcycle lift in a garage. This is one garage. I had a huge workbench, huge amount of uh, work tools, you know, drill presses. I'm not bragging. I'm just saying these are some of the things that I had, and I know that everybody else, every guy out there's probably got all kinds of woodworking tools because I fixed everything around the house myself. A lot of that was out in a shed in the backyard. Them barn-like things you buy. I had two of them in the backyard. Matter of fact. That's where I stored my John Deere tractor and the snow blowers and all that kind of stuff was out there, leaving my garage open for important stuff. To park my Corvette in there. And then Sue had room for her car, which is at that time I think it was a Jeep Cherokee. And we had a freezer in the garage for extra stuff that we bought. And I don't even remember everything that was in the garage. We had a garage full of stuff, but I had plenty of room for it. Now I got to come down here, right? I'm not bringing the motorcycle and the motorcycle trailer that I had for it. And I don't mean a trailer that we put this motorcycle on to tow it behind my car, that we had a regular motorcycle trailer that hooked on the bumper hitch behind the motorcycle. So I had to sell all that. And I'm not bringing the Corvette down here because these people drive stupid. I'm just not doing it. So I sold it. Probably could have brought it with me, I suppose, but I didn't have room, I don't think, for that and a golf cart in my garage. So I sold it, thinking I could always get another one later. Well, that never happens. And tools, that hurts more than anything, getting rid of all them tools that I'd had for years that they were built back in the day when tools were actually built right. They wasn't just a bunch of plastic garbage. Um, Gosh, I had an 8 foot tall toolbox that was full of craftsman tools and snap-on tools and Mac tools. That's all that was in there because I had my own semi truck and I didn't buy anything but the best to work on it. Air tools, air compressors, all this stuff. I got rid of all of it, and you get by with it. You don't really need it. I got by with it, but there's times where I wish I had it. You know, It's a storage thing. That's it. That's the only reason why I got rid of it because I didn't have a storage thing. And if I wanted to buy a 4-car garage to have the room that I had up there to keep all this, I didn't have the money to buy a house with a 4-car garage. So you take the good with the bad. You're building a 2022 Yamaha cart. All you really need is brake lights, turn signals, and headlights, and you're good to go. Hey, John Tamalanis. I never know how to pronounce your last name. I mean, you've been around a long time. I've seen that name 100 times, and I had the same struggle. Tamulanis. Is that close? Tamulanis? I don't know. Sorry. I'll just call you John. How about JT? I'll just call you JT. Sounds like my shop. Yeah. You know, if you work on things, which I did, I fixed everything. I don't think I ever had to call, other than the furnace guy, anybody to my house to fix anything. If I needed an electrical plug put in the bathroom for whatever reason, I got my wires, got my electrical stuff out of the shed, crawled up in the attic, hit the wire, put the junction box. I did it all because I knew how to do it. And why would I pay? My grandpa told me years ago, he said, do what you can do because it's going to cost you enough money in life to hire something done that you can't do. Now, when it come time to say working on a Corvette, I pretty much went into the shop because I know there was like, if I remember right, 12 different computers on that Corvette. I ain't fooling with that. So I'd take it into the shop and I would pay that bill. But when it come time to say, I don't even know, put in hardwood flooring in my house, I did it. Is it easy? No, but my labor was free. Yeah. And you know, you got a small fortune in that toolbox, Dave. And you know it and I know it. Hell, I knew a guy that was a mechanic for overnight transportation for years, 30 years. I think he retired from there. He paid back in the day, and today is probably even more, just for the Snap-on toolbox. And I'm trying to think, he got a specific Snap-on toolbox with specific slide drawers in it. They also got the ones that hang on the side, and then something that went on the, I don't even know what all the extras was. And I saw it and I told him, I said, man, that's nice. You know, he's got room for a lot of stuff. That's nice. He said, it better be for $13,000. That's just for the toolbox. And like I said, this has been 15 years ago, 20 years ago, maybe longer than that. I don't know. I'll say 20 years ago. I don't know what it would cost today, but good stuff cost money. Greetings from on top of the world in Ocala. We was talking about you a while ago, Leslie. Not you particularly, but on top of the world. Well, Laura, I kind of had that myself when we bought the new house here. Right away, you know, Sue starts talking about things. She hated carpet. That was right off the get go. Hated carpet. And I said, well, here's the way I see it. We paid for that carpet, and I'm going to wear it out before we take it out of here. Well, it didn't take long. I'm going to say inside of 5 years, the carpet was crap. And so that was that's a start. When we first moved in, I'm trying to think of the first thing we knew. We rented a house somewhere at one time here that had plantation shutters in it years ago. Don't even remember where it was at. And I think we both decided then, we talked about it. I said, you know, I really like them plantation shutters. You could close them, shut them, do what you want to with them. Don't have to have curtains, you know, and all that. There's something about it. It just seemed like a clean look. And Sue liked it too. So I think that's really the first thing we did when we moved in here. We called the Pink House, 48 Hours, I think is the name of it. They're the original ones here. The rest of them are copying him. And we called him to come out here. He measured everything. And he told us then, he said, I am really behind because of all this building around here. He said, it might take me 6 weeks to get your stuff in here. So he puts up on your windows these temporary blinds. All the windows in the villages are the same size. I don't know if you guys know that or not. They're all pretty much the same size. So he has a truckload of these temporary blinds, and he brings them in. They got 2A sticky tape on them. He sticks them in the window, pulls them down. And if you want to pull them up and push them down, you can. I said, nah, just leave it down. I just don't want people to be able to just walk through or see through my house at night. That's all. And about 6 weeks later, he shows up and he puts everything in. So I think that was the first thing that we did was we ordered our plantation shutters and got them. After that, I don't remember how it went. Because when you first retire, that first year you retired, probably you're nervous because you're not getting that weekly check. Your Social Security and whatever your pension is, if you have that, I mean, that's it. And you probably don't think about doing a part-time job, and maybe you don't even want to. I kept thinking about it because the idea of not having a check bothered me. So for the first year I was here, I worked basically full-time, but they don't really have full-time work for the villages as a what you might call a gate guard. And that's what I did. And you get paid every 2 weeks. And the way it worked is you worked 6 hours a day, 4 days a week, and that's it, supposedly. But then on the days you have days off, they have these mandatory meetings that they pay you for, you have to go to, or mandatory training that you have to go to. It just gets a little ridiculous. That's all. And so anyway, I did that, but I kept watching the money going out and the money coming in. And that's when I told Sue then, I said, look, I've seen these places in Indianapolis and other places in the United States because I traveled a lot as a trucker. This place is not going to run me broke. I'm telling you that right now. If I start seeing a loss in money and enough to where it's significant, I swear out of here. There's other places to live. I don't need to live here. And she agreed. So whenever they start talking about price increases here, price increases there, price increases everywhere, me, like anybody else, everybody else is doing the same thing, I'm sure, unless they're a millionaire. I watch that, because if it gets to the point that I have to decide, can I buy me a case of beer this week or do I need that extra money to pay for my medicine? When it gets to that point, I'm out of here. I'm not doing that. So, and I got nothing to say bad about this place. I'm just saying you only have so much money. The bills can only go up so much to where the point is I can't afford to live here. And right now we're okay, but it's more costly now than it was. October 1st starts some more new changes in the amenity fees and things like that. The idea of our amenity fees going up every year is not new, so don't freak out when you hear about it. Maybe the first time you've heard that, but it goes up every year. Property taxes went up one year substantially, but then in the last couple of years, actually, they've been coming down a little bit at a time. I'm not sure why. I'm not in politics. I hate politics, and I don't really know many politicians that I can say I've actually liked. They're all in it for themselves. They're all in it for their own doings, their own agendas. I just don't care for it. So I probably just rattled on there for about 15 minutes and didn't say nothing worth a damn. No, Charles, it ain't. I've been leaving here for a while, but people keep asking questions and I just can't say no to it. But my point about all that, it just came to me, is I watched every nickel and dime in that first year, and I think you will too when you first retire. Do I have enough? So you watch how much did I spend this month? What was my income this month? How much did I spend this month? You start watching that really close. When we first moved here, believe this or not, I went to the grocery store with Sue. That's how much I was worrying about our monthly budgets. Uh, well, how much is that corn? Well, they got this corn over here 3 for $1. I was doing that. I don't go anymore because I don't worry about that as much. I've settled into this, and when we do upgrades, we just do them. I don't like paying the money either, but you're not going to live forever. Just do it. If this is your forever home, as they say, you intend to die here. Well, at least die in comfort. Their own pockets. Well, it is a business. The developer is not your daddy. The developer is not your buddy. He's here as a CEO of a large company, many companies for that matter, many companies. And they're here to make a profit. And that's exactly what they intend to do. And they do what the market allows. If that house last year sold for 220 and this year it's the first sale for 420, it's the same house, don't ask why. It doesn't make any difference why. It's 420. Why is it 420? Because if you don't buy it, that guy over there will. That's why. Of course, COVID had a lot to do with it. But since COVID has kind of went passe, how's come things ain't came back down? Ask yourself that question. I am a night owl, Vic. I just showed you a picture a while ago that you sent me about DeLuna being flooded. A lot of people in DeLuna says they didn't even know it flooded. You have to go back to the beginning of all this when the replay comes around, if it comes around. I'm sure it will. You can see some of the chat where they said they did. They didn't even know it flooded. Which one lady did come on. She said that as soon as it quit raining, she said it disappeared really quick. I am a night owl. I didn't get to bed last night till I didn't realize it was that late. I was sitting here like now. Lights were on. I was doing some editing and the door was shut. And I got done. I was tired and I thought, I'm gonna watch a little TV and get a beer. I walked out in the kitchen. I looked at the clock and it said 4 o'clock. And I thought, oh my God, I'm not drinking a beer at 4 a.m. I couldn't believe it was that late. And so usually when I work that late, as awful as this is going to make me sound too, I don't go to bed with Sue. I usually sleep in the guest room over here, so I don't go in there and wake her up, jumping in bed and, and all that kind of stuff. So for the last 3 nights, I've actually slept over here in the guest room because I've been working in here so late because what I'm trying to do is get ahead on some videos. So when we decide to leave for 2 weeks, there's some automatic stuff that will pop up. And I don't want to put up crap because that's what runs people away from your channel. So I'm trying to put up some decent stuff. It's just not going to be a half hour of news. It might be 4 segments of 5 and 10 minute or 5 and 7 minute news at different times of the week. If that explains anything to you. And you may hate it. I'll watch the views. If we stayed in Indiana, would it cost a little bit cheaper? Yes, because if you think about it, you know the guy, you know the man. I'll put it that way. You know the man. If you needed somebody to paint your house, paint your living room, anything, you probably know who to call. Right now, you probably know somebody to call. If your car wasn't running right, or you needed the oil changed, or you need some work done to your car, you know the guy. Your furnace needs work, you know who to call because you lived there your whole life. That's what we lost coming down here. I don't know the guy. And that's what kind of helped started us with the YouTube channel. Now we know some guys and we try to pass them along to you. You may or may not use them, but I can tell you these guys done us a good job and they were fair, I think, with their price compared to other people. There was something in the news here not too long ago where a guy hired somebody, I'm not sure who, to put in a laminate flooring in his house. Sounds like a simple job, right? But whoever he hired, he wasn't working, I don't think, for a major company. Probably worked out of his house, had a truck and a trailer. He come to the house and he was putting in this laminate flooring and he stole something. And I wish I could tell you what it was because my mind is like this long anymore. It's in the news for next Friday, I'm pretty sure. But he stole something. Stole, shoot, I don't know. Vic, did you read that same story? Help me here. But he stole something in the house anyway, and then they arrested the guy because he also had he didn't have a driver's license, and you know how it goes. Just know this. I always recommend the guys that I know are okay. They're not going to have this problem. They're not going to steal something. They're not going to, if you hire somebody to come in and clean your house, and this is another thing that happens here. People hire house cleaners all the time to come in and clean their house for them because they got a rental house or whatever. Do you know who that person is? Did that person just get out of jail last week? Do you know? You should know. Well, Lynn, I can tell you here that works both ways. I guess I have nights, and I don't know that, but Sue's told me that I have nights, I guess, that I have a tendency to snore. Most of the time, I don't think I do at all, but every once in a while, I guess I do. And the biggest problem with me, though, is not that so much, is I have a ringing in my ear. There's nothing nobody can do about it. There's no cure for it. And it's tinnitus is what it is. And so they keep talking about these white noise machines and stuff. I'm not big in on all that goofy stuff. But what I do is I turn the TV on in the bedroom. I turn it down. And I go to a channel on Netflix usually, like a Jerry Seinfeld maybe. And the reason why I do that is because on Netflix, once you get to the end of that show, it'll just do another show automatically and then go to the next show automatically. Because sometimes I can't go to sleep right away. I might toss and turn for an hour to 2 hours before I finally go to sleep. And the reason why I turn that TV up just to a point, and the volume is different. It has to get just to that point where the ringing is, and then I don't hear the ringing anymore. And then I can go to sleep. Well, that keeps Sue up. The light of the TV, the noise of the TV, me tossing and turning, trying to get that comfortable spot. Sleeping with me sometimes can just be a problem. So that's why I'm in here. And it all goes back to my job. I was always driving 10 o'clock at night to 6 in the morning. Those were trucker hours. And that was my hours. And so even here all day long, I'll walk around sluggish, drinking coffee. I got no energy. I don't feel like doing anything, going anywhere, blah, blah, blah. Come 8, 9 o'clock at night, I get like a second wind and I'm ready to go. Just like right now, I'm ready to go. And it goes back to my job. You're going to drag that with you here too if you work oddball hours. If you're a 9 to 5er, you're fine. You worked any other kind of weird hours, you may have a problem, just like me. Maybe we should start that, the Third Trickers Club, and we'll all get together and go to the all-night bar. Teamster pension. No, our pension comes from UPS. The Teamster just does a contract and says that they negotiate what your benefits are going to be on your pension, and that's what you get. But it comes from UPS. I don't want to show you my address, but if you look right here, if you can see right there, right here, that's some of my pension information that they send all the time. So yeah, UAW is the same way. UAW don't have any pension. They just negotiate the pension contract that they're saying that General Motors or UAW now has to pay their retirees. Leslie says sleep is the least of me most nights too. You know, I think it's basically, for me anyway, I think it's just basically because I got nothing to do other than this. I don't work anymore. I don't have a job to go to where you're constantly moving, you know, like in a semi truck, you're in the trailer, you're out of the trailer, you're hooking a trailer, you're unhooking a trailer, you're climbing in the truck, out of the truck. You're just doing things. And then by the time you get home and take your shower or whatever, and you hit the bed, in a lot of cases, I don't even remember my head hitting the pillow. I was out. But now I don't do that. And so I don't know. I don't know what the cure is because you can't, I don't believe in taking medicine for everything. I just don't. You know, every time you have an ache and a pain, you know, I don't believe in running to the doctor. I know they want you to. They say, well, if you have a chest pain, you should come in. It could be something serious. Could be. I've had a lot of chest pains. It's usually a big belch. That's it. And it's gone. Or I ate something and I know, like one is peanuts. I know I should not eat peanuts. And the girls had card days here. I don't even remember what it was, last week sometime, or maybe it was this week, whenever it was. And as I walked by the girls playing cards out there, they had, Sue had she always has munchies for them, from cake to cookies to I don't even know what all. And with this time she had a bowl out there and it had peanuts and M&Ms in it mixed. So every time I'd walk by this bowl, I'd reach in there and get some of those M&Ms and peanuts out there and I'd eat them. And then I'd come back out, I'd get another handful of them peanuts and eat. So I was standing there making conversation with Lou. You guys don't know Lou, but we know Lou. And I was talking to her. And as I'm standing there talking to her, I'm eating these peanuts and everything. And finally, Lou just picks the bowl up. She says, hey, why don't you just take this bowl back here and eat them? I said, no, I'm not supposed to have any of those. You know? Well, the next day, let me just tell you, all day, I just paid for it. My gut was, I won't say killing me, but I'm just not supposed to have them. And I know I'm not supposed to have them, but I did anyway. Can I do some more nighttime videos? Yeah. Matters of fact, you mentioned that, Laura. I don't know if it'd work out or not, but everybody seems to enjoy porch sitting. We enjoy doing porch sitting. because we like staying in contact with you. That's another reason why I did this by myself this time. I haven't really had one-to-one contact with you people for a long time. And so I thought this would be a good idea to show that video and maybe go along with it. Maybe not. Maybe it won't work out. I don't know. But I actually thought, I wonder how fun it would be to go out there with some lights and do on a nice night where it's not raining and there's no wind out there at night. There's really nothing for you guys to see, but I could light it up out there and we'll do like a late night port setting. Like say from, cause I got to pick the timing out too, because Sue goes to bed at 9:30. I don't know, something like say a 7 to 9 at night, where it's dark out there. I'm not sure what time it even gets dark, but I'd have some lights out there and we'll do a nighttime port set. Do you think anybody really care? Or does it make any difference or anything? I don't know. Well, God bless you, Nightingale, for working for the VA for 20 years. I know that can't be easy, no matter what capacity you work in. Anytime you work in an area where the government's involved, it can never be easy. When I had my trucking company, I got involved a little bit with some government contracts, and I got to tell you, it's just unending. I don't even want to get into all of it, but the paperwork, the proof of insurance stuff, the reports of all the employees that'll be involved, their Social Security, all this stuff, and it's like I just want to do this one job, and then they send you the stuff saying, "Well, to do this job, here's the legal capacity we can handle. You have to follow these federal regulations." It's like, oh my God, just go away. I just couldn't believe it. And then if you do a government contract, one government contract a year, back when I had my trucking company, one contract a year meant that I had to follow all federal regulations for the rest of the year. And I thought that was totally unfair. One is, now this is back before discrimination law, so don't yell at me. One was that I had to hire female employees. There was a ratio on that. I don't remember what it was, of which I tried that. It didn't work out. And so I just finally told everybody I don't hire females anymore. I know you're going to hate me. I did. The other one was race. And I hired anybody that could really drive a truck and had qualifications to do it. I didn't care because they're not in my office anyway. They're out there hauling freight, making money. But it got to the point it was just really becoming a problem. And it wasn't nothing that we did either. And so finally I just says, I'm not doing it anymore. It just becomes a problem. It get to the point to where one of the employees, one of the guys that I refused to hire, and that's what it was. And he called the NAACP on me and turned me in. The NAACP called me up and wanted to know if what he said that I said was true. I said that I wasn't going to hire minorities anymore because it was just becoming an issue, and I just didn't want to do it, and I'm just not going to do it anymore. And just not an issue with me, but it was an issue with the truck. They would take these trucks home without my permission. They would stop by uncles' houses and aunts during the run. They would show up 3 days late. This was what was going on. And I kept telling them, you can't do this. I'm running a company here. You can't, my truck is not your personal. I don't want to get into all that. So anyway, they would argue back saying, well, it's my truck when I'm driving it, so I'll do whatever I want. They'd get into an argument. And so I'd fire them. So that's it. You're not telling me what to do with my crap, my stuff. You're out of here. So they would go and complain. Well, he fired me because I'm Mexican or because I'm black or because I'm female. I mean, they just do that. And then people would call me up and they want to know if I had said some of these things I said, which of course they kind of tweaked it a little bit to make it sound bad. But I tell them, basically that's what I said. Well, you can't do that. I said, why can't I do that? My truck, my company. Well, because the federal law doesn't allow you to discriminate. I said, you're wrong. You need to check that law out again. There's no law that says I can't discriminate. None. And he goes, well, we beg to differ. I said, well, then beg to differ all you want. Here's my company's attorney's number. Call him up. Never heard no more from them because what we told them was true. They didn't know it was true. And let me tell you what was true about it. One was, in order for me to have to file, now I'm going back then, not today, was in order for me to have to follow federal employment rules and regulations, you had to have done a federal contract to do that, to follow into them rules. And I refused to do it. So I'm not doing it. Too much trouble. I'm not doing it. I never did that. Two was, you only came under a federal rule and regulations if you had 50 employees or more. I did not have 50 employees. We had, I think, 35. So I wasn't entitled to do anything under a federal law. And apparently they didn't know that, and I did. And so of all the people that whined and complained about how I was running things and didn't like it and all this and that, they never went anywhere, never got anywhere. I worked to age 64.7. Well, I can relate to that, Nightingale. I wanted to work till I was 65 because the numbers for me really worked out well at 65. But we got new supervisors, new management, new district managers, new everything that just made life unbearable. I mean, just unbearable. I don't think these people even knew what they were doing. I don't think they'd ever worked in a trucking company in their life for UPS. I really don't. Everybody there was, and we'd call the union, and the union say, "Hey, let them screw that company up. You know, that's you just do what they tell you to do. But when they tell me to do it, I know it's wrong. Then do it anyway because they're telling you to do it." And it just got to the point where I just came home one day. It's kind of a funny story. I should tell it on Patreon sometime. I went to work. I came home way early. Walked in the side door, and Sue was where she normally was in the kitchen making cookies. There was a deal about her and the next door neighbor little girl over there. I used to pick her on her all the time. I called her 67. That was her name, 67. She hated it. The more she hated it, the more I called her 67. But she worked for Sue, helping Sue out in the garden to pull weeds, to pick the tomatoes, little things like that around the house, pick the flowers. And she wanted cookie credit. That was the way she wanted paid. Well, how much do you want today? I want 2 cookie credits. And so she kept a list of it. She had 2 cookie credits, 3 cookie credits. She'd add them up. I got 15 cookie credits. So sometimes she would just show up at the house and she'd say, I want 2 cookies off my cookie credit. And She'd say, okay, you sure you only want 2? We'd give them to her. We didn't care. This was her idea. So we'd give her 2 cookies and she'd check it off the list. And then for as long as we lived there, that's what she did. She'd help Sue around the house for cookie credits. I thought that was ingenious. But yeah, I worked and I just couldn't take it anymore. And I'm just like you. As I walked in that side door and Sue was making cookies, she turned around with her look and she just looked at me. She goes, "So did you quit?" Just like that. I said, "No, I retired. I was done with it. I understand you can only take it to a certain point, and then after that, something snaps." You say, "I'm done with it." Kathy B in the 603. No, I mean either, Kathy. I mean, everybody complains about all the. I'm sorry. I think all this useless stuff that they want to complain about, mandatory this or mandatory that. It just, I don't know. Do what you want, I suppose. But um, if you look at the healthcare workers, like ambulance drivers, people here was really complaining. We had a trouble with ambulance service here. I reported it several times. If you guys remember, if you're watching, if you're new, you probably don't know. And we had a guest on our show, WNL show. He flew a helicopter for medical purposes before he moved here. And he was telling us the story about why the response time on ambulances is so long. I never thought about it because the regulations on ambulance service was, I'm making a long story short, that in between patients, they had to completely sanitize the inside of the ambulance completely. Think about that. Of all the stuff in there, and they got to take everything and sanitize it. And that took a lot of time. And every time they took a patient to the hospital or whatever, they got to completely sanitize it again. And so that's what the response time was. And I'm just looking at that, just thinking, boy, if they're going through that in the ambulance service, what's happening in the emergency room? Remember, we had this big problem with emergency room, people waiting for a long time to get in. Are they having to re-sanitize the emergency room in between patients? I don't know, but it had to be a nightmare. Okay. I have to put that up there so I can see it. Without a vaccine, if they get the shot, crazy. Yeah, there's a big thing going on right now about this vaccine. I said it 2 years ago. I said this COVID thing is going to turn into an annual flu shot, just like the flu. We all get, well, I won't say y'all, you don't have to, but I get a flu shot every year because it works for me. And I always doubted it years ago, but once I proved, or it was proved to me how it really works, I've gotten a flu shot every year now for I don't even know how long, a long time. Well, the COVID shot's going to end up being the same way. It's never going away. We're going to see this shot every year now. I'm waiting for the day that they announce that your flu shot and COVID shot now will come in one shot. You know, they shoot you in the ass, and there you go. You're ready to go for another year. It's here to stay. It ain't going anywhere. I am just so disappointed that they haven't investigated this any further than what they have to find out where it started. Why did it get started? They just don't seem to push that button. They just don't want to push that button. We know it's from China. We know it's from China, but I'm not blaming all of this on China. I'm just figuring out what happened in China so it won't happen again with something else. And they just won't. They just don't want to push that button. So until they do, we're never going to know. Will it come back? Will it come back stronger? Will something new come around the corner? You know, there was a story I saw on one of the news channels, I forget what it was, about how much of the Amazon forest and these other large areas in the world, how many acres per day is being cut down or torn down. Well, in those thousands and thousands of acres a day are unknown plants, unknown animals, unknown diseases that in that forest, they stay dormant. Also in the, what do you call it? The ice up in Alaska and stuff is melted. Glaciers. Frozen inside the glacier water is unknown diseases from millions of years ago that once it melts could be released into our ocean waters and into our atmosphere, and we don't know what they are. So one of those is going to come around sooner or later, and I don't know what it's going to be. It may end up be nothing, but you have to wonder, you know, are we prepared for another pandemic? I don't know, because this last pandemic, in my mind, we weren't prepared for anything, and it was proven. We didn't know what to do. We were paying people to stay home and do nothing, which to me is just asinine. They bail out foreign countries for some stupid shit, but yet when we have something goes on here, we don't know what to do. I gotta get off of that. I start using trucker talk. Okay, I'm gonna get out of here. It's been long enough. Thanks for hanging in there. Sorry I babbled along so much, but I haven't talked to you guys on a one-to-one basis for a long time. YouTube members, yes, I will. As soon as I get a chance, I will do a live for YouTube members only. I've just been so busy, and with this 2 weeks coming up, it'll be a while before I can do it, but I will try to get one in there for you. Just thanks for being patient, I suppose. If you're not a Patreon member, consider it. Because if I figure this Patreon live thing out and somebody said they could send me a video on how to do it. I've looked at some other videos that's on YouTube about going live on Patreon. They're confusing as hell to me. I don't see anything on there that works because they made these videos 5 years ago and YouTube has made 50 different changes since then. And it just doesn't seem to work. So, oh well. Thanks for coming. Appreciate it. See you Wednesday on Porch Sitting.